Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Mu'mineen, we start in 1 minute, please. Councillors, please take your seats. We'd like to begin immediately, please. Shahida. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. Welcome back to the third and final day of the third Executive Council meeting for the term 2024-27. We'd like to begin with verses from the Holy Quran. Please welcome with a salawat Aqari, Malim Ali Abdullah with a salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله اتقوا الله ولتنظر نفس ما قدمت لغد واتقوا الله إن الله خبير بما تعملون. ولا تكونوا كالذين نسوا الله فأنساهم أنفسهم أولئك هم الفاسقون. ولا تكونوا كالذين نسوا الله فأنساهم أنفسهم أولئك هم الفاسقون. لا يستوي أصحاب النار وأصحاب الجنة أصحاب الجنة هم الفائزون. لو أنزلنا هذا القرآن على جبل لرأيته خاشعا لو أنزلنا هذا القرآن على جبل لرأيته خاشعا متصدعا من خشية الله. وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس لعلهم يتفكرون. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة هو الرحمن الرحيم هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله سبحان الله عما يشركون هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار على رسول الله وصحبه الأخيار
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. أحسنتم. Mu'mineen, do you feel the fragrance of the Quran through this room? Now take a moment for all of us to pray together for our esteemed reciter all those who have served our various meetings through recitation. Sometimes the meetings start, we get on with our agenda, but these brothers, these Qur'an who bless us with the verse of the Holy Quran, deserve a special salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Alhamdulillah, we begin proceedings with the agenda items that were not covered yesterday. For the avoidance of any doubt, let me just articulate which these were. We will begin with the WF 50th anniversary update from the Vice President, Alhaj Habib Bhai Meghji, followed by Code of Leadership. Thereafter, inshallah, we will resume the printed agenda which is in your packs. With that, I'm very honored to invite Alhaj Habib Bhai Meghji to present the WF 50 update. Please welcome him with a salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. That's a very low alaikum salam. I know yesterday we had, alhamdulillah, very great dinner. Alhamdulillah, all of you have good night's sleep. So, salamun alaikum. Ahsantum. Shahid, if you can play the video, please.
Some men leave behind stories, others leave behind movements. Mullah Asghar was more than a scholar, more than a leader. He was the architect of a vision, a force that still moves us today.
Community at a level of humanity. He was a man who made an impact, he was a man with a mission, and he was a man who, when he set his mind to do something for the community, he was actually able to accomplish it.
અમે એ વખતે એજ્યુકેશનનું સર્વે કર્યું કે 1990ના અંદર અમારી એક પણ દીકરી હાઈસ્કૂલમાં નહોતી અને એક પણ છોકરો કોલેજમાં નહોતો. બાકી એના પહેલાં 3 ડૉક્ટર સાહેબ, હું અને એક બીજા એક ભાઈ, એ 3 જણા ગ્રેજ્યુએટ હતા. એના પછી આ 5 વર્ષના અંદર એના 90ની સ્થાપના.
On behalf of all of you and on my behalf, I say, Assalamu alaikum, Ya Amir al-Mu'min.
Mu'mineen, we have dedicated this year to Marhum Mullah Asghar. Can I kindly ask you to recite Surah Fatiha for him and all our Marhumins? Al-Fatiha. Mu'mineen, I know we are short of time, so I'll try to be as brief as possible, and inshallah we can use the time for consultation and discussions, which I know everybody has been waiting very passionately about this WF50. So as we had discussed in our ExCo in Toronto, so we have 5 events to celebrate for the 50 years of WF. Now before I proceed, I know Africa Federation is celebrating a milestone year. Dar es Salaam Jamaat is also, century of celebrations, NWF at 50. So we are all globally a community that is celebrating many different events. So inshallah, for the WF part, we have the YCon, and I will not go into detail because we heard from the youths yesterday. The next main event that's coming up is the Scholars Summit, which will be held in April in Najaf. Then we have the MCE, Madrasa Conference, followed by our grand celebration of the 50 years, the Khoja Heritage Celebration, inshallah, then followed by the sports festival in Dubai. So the planning has begun. We focus really in January for the ExCo and YCon. I want to acknowledge the support of Africa Federation and Dar es Salaam Jamaat, the YCon, the team of Africa Federation, which is currently delivering the YCon conference. Inshallah, we look forward to other regions, especially coming up in Koej in terms of the MCE and our Khoja Heritage celebrations, and then inshallah we can work on the sports festival. We are soliciting ideas. If you do have, Sheikh Alex is here for the 50th Scholar Summit in Najaf in April. They are taking suggestions in terms of topic. Abdul Bai Karim is here. Also, he'll help us logistically. Sheikh Alidina is here. Sheikh Razi is here, right? Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail is here. So they are taking input and suggestions from regions to make sure that the topics they cover, of course, they've got suggestions as well, but inshallah to make it a very, very successful event. So we are trying to cover holistically across communities, not leaving out any single either youths or seniors or community members, religious as well as having the sports festival towards the end. So inshallah, we look for your support. Let's do this collectively at every level, Jamaat level, Africa Federation, regional level, and then at the WF level. We are all one community. We have heard many speeches about unity. So inshallah, we look forward for your full support and cooperation with respect to this. Okay? So I will start maybe with the controversial topic, briefly giving you where we are today, and inshallah invite questions. I know many of you have questions. So we can all discuss openly, and then we can go collectively forward to celebrate, inshallah, the events. Can you have a loud salawat, please? So with the WF50, when we started planning, right, and with all others as well, I created a team of representatives from all regions. We have, for example, from North America, Brother Muhammad Ali Dina, all the way to Australia with Brother Riaz Ismail. Africa Federation, Muhammad Bai Kazim Sharif Che, right? We have Kuwait, Sister Mariam. Every region has been represented. So we met together and we looked at different options that our sports festival can thau joy. We looked at Oman, આપણે બધાને ખબર છે કે ઘણી families Oman move થાય છે. We looked at Qatar because હમણાં World Cup થયું હતું તો આ facilities હશે, and also Dubai. Considering geopolitical situations, પહેલા તો visa no issue છે. We want as many people in the communities to participate. I know, alhamdulillah, Africa Federation successfully held this in Zanzibar, right? So જેટલા પણ વધારે community આવી શકે, both sportsmen and women, plus community parents, brothers, sisters, જેને પણ આવું હોય એ લોકો આવી શકે. We went through formal evaluations of all this with the help of Shabir Bhai Damji on the ground, Ansar Bhai, right? So we have a whole team which evaluated all the options. But we settled on Dubai for different reasons, including having a ground team on the ground, plus the facilities. Oman is growing, but હજી પણ facilities નથી થઈ બરાબર to have all the events properly segregated between men and women. And then we heard, of course, of the concerns of some of the members of the community around the world, right? Should we have it in Dubai or not? So I consulted, right? And it didn't mean I consult every region. I consulted a few members of the community worldwide. And the sentiment was that, okay, we have a situation here, but we have community which is going either this way or that. Everybody have their personal views, which is rightfully so, we are all entitled to. However, we can have a discussion here, but then we may not still come to a conclusion. So I requested Safdar Bhai, we discuss at the OBs, and what should we do? Because our situation, we all know, we need to plan way ahead to get the right rates at the hotel, logistically, bazu karwanu છે. So we consulted Aga's office, and Aga's office said that our sports festival Dubai ma karma વાંધો નથી, provided, of course, you are not associated with the Zionist regime. So in Pramane, we again went and discussed, and we believe that Dubai is still the right place, considering bazuk હવે ઓફકોર્સ બેઝ ઓન ધ રિસન્ટ ડેવલપમેન્ટ્સ હવે ખુદાના ખાસ્તા કાંઈ થાય બે કન્ટ્રીના ઝઘડા થાય તો ઓફકોર્સ વી ડોન્ટ વોન્ટ a good number of people from our community worldwide કે એક જગ્યામાં હોય વहाँ then they become issues in terms of transportation કે flying out etc. એ regionમાં જો જમાલ થાય so we are open to reconsider the situation. We are going to monitor, right? So
Leadership, and all of us are leaders here, is an amanat from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Inna arazna al-amanata. It is an amanat from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we have been given the task to lead our communities. And that amanat itself requires us to protect it and not do khayanat. With all humility, I say that in every executive council meeting that I come, and I'm not trying to talk about myself, but as a matter of principle, which will help at least aspiring leaders and leaders who are already here, I remind myself of the letter that Amirul Mumineen wrote to Malik Ashtar. That is the only way that you can be calm and composed and be able to carry the community forward with a unified perspective as much as you can. Imam Ali told Malik Ashtar, Ya Malik for Amlik Hawak. 4 things only. I'll be very sure, I don't recite a majlis. Ya Malik for Amlik Hawak, he said, Oh Malik, Malik means a master, owner. When you are an owner, you feel you are privileged to have it. For Amlik Hawak, control your own ownership, your own desires. So Malik, you are the leader, but the first thing you must control your desires. One of the biggest desires is ego. I am the president, I need to rule, and I have to make sure that I put myself on a constant check. Number 2, he said that there are 2 kinds of people. Akhun laka fid din, nadhinun laka fil khalq. They are mu'mineen who are part of your faith, and they are humans who are equal to you. So the respect to every human being is paramount for a leadership. Whether you like an individual or you dislike an individual, they are the lovers of the Ahlul Bayt. They have a dignified respect, and even if they are not Muslims, they are an equal in creation of Allah. They are a human being. Number 3, which he mentions, is કે માફ કરજો ગુજરાતીમાં બોલીશ કારણ કે આપના ભાઈઓ મદાગાસ્કરથી છે, હંમેશા હું બોલી નથી જાતો લોકોને. હવે એનું કહે છે કે તમે જ્યારે પ્રમુખ થાઓ તો આ મરું વત્વા આ જેવી વાતું નહીં કરો કે તમે કહો કે હું પ્રેસિડન્ટ છો અને મારી ઇતાત થાય. એટલે મેં પણ ભૂલ કરી ગયો હમણાં, અને હું પોતાને આઈ એમ રિફ્લેક્ટિંગ કે જો કે પોલાઇટલી બોલ્યો કે હું ચેર છો, પ્લીઝ મને રિસ્પેક્ટ કરો ને, આઈ ક્લોઝ ધ મીટિંગ. પ્રોબબ્લી આઈ શુડ નોટ હેવ સેડ ધેટ. I should have said time પતી ગયું છે અને મારી ભૂલ થઈ ગઈ. અમે મને કહે છે આ મારું અથવા તમે કોઈ દિવસ નહીં કહો કે હું પ્રમુખ છું, મારું જ સંભળાય. એ ભૂલ છે અને મારી ભૂલ થાય તો મારી કોતાહીને મને માફ કરજો. અને નંબર 4, એ કે ગરીબો જે છે એ કોઈ દિવસ લીડરશિપ પાસે પહોંચી નથી શકતા કારણ કે ગરીબ માણસો છે એને કોણ પૂછા કરશે ને એ લોકો લીડરો પાસે પહોંચી પણ એ લોકો ઉપર તમે ખ્યાલ રાખો અને ધ્યાન રાખો. એટલા માટે ઇકોનોમિક અપલિફ્ટમેન્ટમાં આપણે આજે 6,000 ફેમિલીઝ જો ગુરબતમાં રહેતા હોય તો મારીને તમારી જિમ્મેદારી છે કે અમારું રાતના નિંદર હરામ થઈ જવું પડે, because they cannot reach us but we can reach them. Having said that, the important thing of this paper really is that we are a religious organization. અને એમાં કોઈ શક નથી કે આ પેપર 1990માં મુલ્લા અઝગર રહમતુલ્લાહ અલૈહ પ્રેઝન્ટ કર્યું હતું લંડનમાં. આઈ ડિસ્ટિંક્ટલી રિકોલ, હું ત્યારે પહેલું વર્ષ હતું યુનિવર્સિટીમાં અને હું ખાસ આવ્યો તો એડિનબરામાં બનતો હતો. આઈ ફ્લુ ઇન ટુ લંડન. મને સાંભળવું હતું આ બધું ચર્ચા શું થઈ રહ્યું છે. નસીમકો હતી, આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન હતી, બીજા રિજનો હતા, અને મુલ્લાએ પ્રેઝન્ટ કર્યું એક પેપર વિચ ઇઝ પબ્લિશ બાય ધી વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન, કોડ ઓફ લીડરશિપ. અને એની અંદર મુલ્લાએ રિક્વેસ્ટ કર્યો કોમને કે આ રિલિજિયસ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન છે, યસ દે આર સોશિયલ એસ્પેક્ટ્સ, સોશિયલ છે, ઇકોનોમિક છે, આ છે તે છે, પરંતુ પ્રાઇમરીલી રિલિજિયસ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન અને ઇમામબારો ચલાવે છે, મસાજિદો ચલાવે છે. તો આપની કોમની અંદર જે લીડર હોય એ લીડર ઉપર તકવા અને અદાલતની જિમ્મેદારી વાજિબ છે. એટલે બેઝિકલી નેસેસરી કે I should have taqwa, which means God cognizance, and adalat, which means I should not commit sins in public. એના ઉપર ઘણી ચર્ચા થઈ. There was a lot of discussion from Nasimco as well. In fact, during those days, Dr. Abdul Aziz Sachedina represented Nasimco before the controversy. Africa Federation also was represented. All the other regions that were established at that time, Pakistan did not exist. India Federation, I think the Council of Gujarat was there. They were a member. India Federation did not exist. And I remember as a youth sitting there listening, eventually their paper did not pass. And the consensus did not come ke how do you define taqwa? Taqwa, who can judge my taqwa? You could be better than me in the eyes of God. તો એ બેઝિસ ઉપર એ પાસ ન થયું. અને બીજું કે અદાલત કે જસ્ટિસને તકાઝાથી કરો, તો એમાં પણ પછી મુલ્લા જરા ડિસઅપોઇન્ટ થઈ ગયા અને the paper did not go through. Thereafter, during the time of Dr. Anwarbai Dharamsina time એક પેપર પ્રેઝન્ટ થયું. શેખ મુર્તઝા અલીદીના પોતે પેપર પ્રેઝન્ટ કર્યા કોડ ઓફ લીડરશિપ ઉપર. અને તમને યાદ હોય કરાચીમાં કદાચ બીજા મોમિની હશે, શબીરભાઈ હતા, મને યાદ છે, હું હતો એમાં એઝ અ કાઉન્સિલર. અધર્સ વિલ બી અબુલભાઈ પણ વોઝ ધેર આઈ બિલીવ. અને એ મીટિંગની અંદર પાછું કન્સેન્સસ ઇમર્જ ન થયું. એલ્ધો ધ પેપર વોઝ શેલોવર હતું દેન ધ ફર્સ્ટ પેપર ઇન લંડન. પાસ ન થયું કારણ કે એટલીસ્ટ બે પ્રેસિડેન્શિયલ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન પ્રેસિડેન્ટ કે અમે તો જાહેરી ગુનો એ કરે છે, તો પછી અમે વી વિલ ડિસ્કોલિફાઈ ટુડે. જાહેરી ગુનો, પ્રાઇવેટલી ગુનો તો બધા કરે, આપણે બધા ગુનાના પાત્ર છે, પણ પબ્લિક ગુનો જે કરે ઇટ ઇઝ અ બિગ ઇશ્યુ. બટ ઇટ ડિડ નોટ પાસ. In fact, I remember next to me was sitting Salim Bhai Remtullah. He was a councillor appointed by the president. And he said, let's put at least a pledge of aspiration. We aspire to be God cognizant. E pan kabul na thyu. Have આજનો મોકો છે અને I do it with bari uzimma કે કાલે મને અલ્લાહ પૂછે નહીં કે તમને આ તોફીક મળી કોમ્યુનિટી લીડરશિપમાં, તમે આ પેપર લાવ્યા નહીં. જો પાસ થયું તો અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ તાલા, જો પાસ ન થયું તો મેં મારી જિમ્મેદારી કરી નાખી છે અલ્લાહના નિગાહમાં. અને જો ચેન્જીસ ખપતા હોય તો આપણે ટાઈમ પણ દેશો, એમાં કોઈ શક નથી. ટૂંકમાં વી આર અ રિલિજિયસ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન. અને this paper, if we can put the presentation on the desk, only asking for two things. Introduction, a context has been given. Advice from His Eminence. We asked His Eminence, we'll skip the background now. Let's go to the next slide. This question we wrote to His Eminence. This is back the Karachi ExCo. With greetings and prayers and wishes for health and well-being of His Excellency, His Eminence, we convey the latest notice. The Khoja Shia Ishnashri organizations have local and regional communities in different cities around the world. And these communities are directly or through regional organizations connected to the global institution, the World Federation. All these local, regional, and global institutions elect their board of directors for the general population every few years. Essentially, these institutions have a religious status to advance religious education and guidance and to serve their members in the social welfare matters, among others. Since these organizations are religious institutions, and according to the statuses of these associations, officials are obliged to carry out all community activities in accordance with Ja'fari jurisprudence. These institutions are responsible for managing endowments of communities. Some of the institutions also collect religious funds like khums and spend them according to the permission of the religious authority, which is Aga. Considering the above, although the position of the president, secretary, financial officer, other management members of this committee, religion and global organizations are conventional and administrative, manasebe urfiya che, is it possible to make the condition of justice, adalat, mandatory for them? Question mark. If the condition of justice is not mandatory for the holders of the position, what title would you recommend to include as a sense of adherence to Sharia and status? Greetings, salutation. This was a letter written officially by the Islamic Education Board to His Eminence to seek guidance on this matter. The next slide, the answer. In the name of the Excellency, with conveyance of salam and du'as for everyone's tawfiqat to be increased, people who have undertaken the responsibility mentioned above must be suitable for carrying out these responsibilities in terms of religiousness, morals, and knowledge. Therefore, although being just, adalat is not an essential requirement for them, interestingly, it is not necessary as a minimum that they should accept the indisputable laws of Sharia, be committed to them in practice, and abstain from openly going against Sharia in speech and action. ગુજરાતીમાં દોહરાવું છું કે આગાનું કહેવું છે કે અગર અદાલત શરત નથી પરંતુ મિનિમમ તકાઝો ઈ છે કે શરીયતના જે કાનૂન છે એનું હું મુખાલિફત ન કરું. બીજું કે હું પોતાને કમિટ કરું, એટલે વાયદો આપું પોતાના નફ્સને કે હું દીનની તાબેદારી કરીશ અને ત્રીજું કે હું પૂરી કોશિશ કરીશ કે હું ગુનાઓથી બચું, abstain from openly going. હું openly પબ્લિકની અંદર શરીયતના ખિલાફ અમલમાં કે જબાન ઉપર ન લઈ આવું. એટલે હું દીનના ખિલાફ ન બોલું ને એના ઉપર અમલ કરું પબ્લિકમાં, એ મારી કોશિશ હશે. તો આ જવાબના મુજબ, based on this advice, we have provided only 2 recommendations. It is a very simple two-page report with the appendix having Aga's input. It's only 2 pages in your pack. Next slide. Recommendation number 1. In the spirit of the recommendation of His Eminence, see in the appendix, the fatwa, this House resolves that those seeking to take up leadership, office bearers roles within the Khoja Shia Ishnashri institutions, be they Jamaat, regions, or the World Federation, undertake to always maintain taqwa, God consciousness, both publicly and privately, avoid major sins, enjoin the good and forbid the evil. Okay? It's again a recommendation of the spirit. Number 2, it is further resolved that those seeking to stand for the highest leadership position, President and Chairman, pledge to take the following voluntary oath at the start of their office term. Last slide. The oath is as follows. I seek the help of Allah, the merciful ever living. I, says Safda Jaf, as the elected president of the World Federation, the term 2024-27, hereby declare an oath to Allah Almighty that as per the mandate given to me by the honorable eligible members in the committee, that I will abide to 7 points. Number 1, I shall abide by the provisions of the Constitution in performing all allocated duties. Number 2, I will perform my designated duties to the best of my ability with honesty and integrity. Number 3, I will not allow any personal likes or dislikes to interfere in my official duties. Number 4, I will defend the dignity, freedom and rights of members as required by the Constitution. Number 5, I will perform my duties without fear from or favor to anyone. Number 6, I accept the indisputable laws of Sharia, am committed to them in practice, and will do my best to abstain from openly going against the Sharia in speech. I will do my best. Gunegar chiyabe. It's not saying that I will do my best. Number 7, as for my conduct, I will be responsible to Allah, the Prophet, and the Holy Progeny, and the Immaculate Masterway. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help to perform my duties. Ameen. So the request really is this twofold. Go back to 1 slide and leave the slide there. In the spirit of the recommendation, this House resolves that the leadership roles, the Jamaat institutions, both public, avoid major sins, enjoin good, and number 2 is the pledge. With that, I will invite Sheikh Murtaza Lidina for a brief period to discuss about the oath, because he has spent time on the oath, and that oath is already taking place in certain places in the world, so it is a template that has been developed and slightly enhanced. So Sheikh Lidina, please welcome him with Nare Salawat.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Respected President and the officials, respected heads of the different regional federations and councillors, invited guests, ulama, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We are in the month of Sha'ban. We are 2 days away from the Shab-e Nime Sha'ban, the night of the birth of our holy living Imam, Ma'ajjalallahu Faraja. There's a lot of discussion about when will the appearance take place. And there are signs mentioned in the riwayat. Some signs are general, some signs are very specific. And there is also a time frame. The moment this particular sign appears, then within months, you should expect the appearance. But more important than looking for signs, because they're not under our control, more important for the zuhur is our preparation. And hence I take this initiative by the respected President to propose this pledge as a very important step in this direction of dhuhur, preparation for the appearance. How so? Our representative of the Imam, the marja that we follow, may Allah protect him and protect all our great ulama, fuqaha and maraji. As we heard yesterday, that he is praising this community, amongst others, that we have a huge responsibility to play on the global scene, but in order to be able to fulfill this responsibility with diligence and sincerity and authenticity, it's important that we ourselves should feel duty-bound to try to see how much we can win the pleasure of the living Imam. So in this context, I would like to elaborate the points that the respected President presented in that first slide, that the conditions required in the letter that came from Agha's office, the conditions required in the leader, it's not that adala is necessary as an essential condition, like the Imam of Jama'ah prayers, if he doesn't have adala. Adala is a specific term in the Sharia, meaning that person is openly following the laws of the Sharia, openly not breaking the laws of the Sharia. Privately, we're not supposed to spy and check what he or she does in the privacy of their homes. Openly, they observe the Sharia. This is adala. Agha says, just like for the Imam of the Jama'ah prayers, this adala may not be required for the leader, but certain things are minimum necessary. And one of the conditions he mentions is taqwa. I would like to give a perspective. Why is it that the marja, His Eminence, is emphasizing on taqwa in the leadership? Notice that the guidance we have from Allah in the form of the Quran, it is a source of guidance, yes, for everyone, but specifically it is those with taqwa who will benefit. Taqwa is something that will be the license for our salvation on the Day of Judgment. All of us have to cross the difficult path on Jahannam to get into Jannah. We will fall, we will falter, we will slip on that path over Jahannam if our taqwa here is not proper. So between this Quranic guidance and that salvation, the best provision we have is taqwa. Hence, the marja is emphasizing on it. I just want us to better understand what the marja expects from us. And he also said that try to avoid, this is a recommendation, sins not only in public, but also in private. Interesting. Try. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu, there's a very interesting concept in the Quran whereby we are supposed to observe the ghaib. So for example, the famous ayah in Surah Yasin, إِنَّمَا تُنذِرُ مَنِ اتَّبَعَ الذِّكْرَ وَخَشِيَ الرَّحْمَنَ بِالْغَيْبِ. O Prophet, you may try to give your message to everyone, but not everybody will receive it. Only those who will receive it, who are committed to follow the truth and who have an inner sense of awe and reverence and respect and fear for Allah, not only in public, but in private. When nobody's seeing, they are reverential. That's a very important condition. And hence, Allah is saying that try to also avoid sins even in private. So the pledge that is being proposed by the respected President, and incidentally, this is If I remember correctly, when you had sworn the pledge in Harefield in the previous ExCo meeting, you had mentioned that you were inspired by the pledge that was prepared by the Pakistan Federation, and the President has shared with me, respected Gokul Saab, that it's decades now that Pirai Jamaat is expecting its leaders to swear this pledge. Congratulations. We are quite late in following this beautiful example. But if you allow me, I would like to give a Quranic perspective. Pledge. A mu'min is one who swears to God to be good. In Surah Mubarakah Ra'ad, Allah says, إِنَّمَا يَتَذَكَّرُ أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. People who are mature, people who are intellectual, people who have understood the reality of this universe, the goal of this universe, where are we going? These people, الَّذِينَ يُوفُونَ بِعَهْدِ اللَّهِ. They make wafa of what? The promise they make to God. So this concept of taking a pledge to God is a Quranic-based concept and recommendation. So I pledge to do what? 7 things have been listed in this pledge. Number 1, that I will abide by the Constitution to perform my duties as required by the Constitution. In Surah Mubarakah Mu'minun, when Allah lists down the conditions for a true mu'min, all of us have a big question in our heart, in our mind. I claim to be a Shia Ithna Ashari. I claim to be a mu'min. Question: will I get salvation or not? See, Julia, I can't judge for you, but Allah has given us a test whereby we can judge for ourselves, will I get salvation or not? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qad aflahal mu'minun. Felicitous and saved are those believers who have these 7 qualities. Chapter 23. Verse number 8 lists down the 6th quality of the 7 qualities, that bi'ahdihim ra'oon. Riayat karte hain apna ahad ka. They pledge, they fulfill it. Number 2, the pledge, sorry.
I think it's extremely disappointing and disrespectful, whereby we as leaders or expected leaders are supposed to be here when such an important part is being discussed. And there's a lot of the notable absence of people on the tables. I think it's an important part of this discussion. And I think apart from being leaders of this community, we are responsible ourselves as individuals. And I think it's important that everyone makes it on the tables and listens to what is being spoken right now, because this not only shapes us as leaders of the community, but identifies us as how we are as individuals. So, Mr. Chairman, kindly requesting you to invite all of them back.
Brother Ali Hassan Qasim, Secretary and Councillor, elected Councillor, has suggested that such an important paper is being presented, and yet there are a number of people who are not here. Please, Momineen, councillors, be here. It is probably one of the most important papers of this ExCo. So, Sheikh, sorry to interrupt you.
The second pledge that we are being requested to make in this oath of leadership is that I shall execute my duty with honesty and integrity. Honesty and integrity is amanat. Be faithful. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu, if people, the electorate who voted you, see you as an honest person, authentic, responsible, dutiful, they trust you. Once they trust you, you will be able to achieve your goals of leadership with the community. And if you look at the Quran, trustworthiness is so important. All the Anbiya have been mentioned. We have sent a Rasul who is Amin. Amazing. The first thing the Rasul had to do to the community, win the trust. How? Integrity and honesty and truthfulness and sense of responsibility. So this pledge item number 2, very powerful. I've got many references in the Quran, but I'll skip that. But I would just like to quote one, very important one, because we're also doing this pledge not only to God, but the representative of God, Imam Zaman, Ajjalallahu Faraja. When we go for ziyarah of Amirul Mu'mineen, but this one ziyarah is to be recited for all the other imams, not only Amirul Mu'mineen. Ziyarat Aminullah. Assalamu alayka ya Amin Allah. Or the one who is trusted by God to receive, to understand the duty and to execute and carry it out in a sincere, authentic, efficient manner. He's our leader. This is where we have to learn the sense of amana. Item number 3 in the pledge is that I will not allow any personal likes or dislikes to interfere with my official duties. It's a big challenge. Human beings psychologically have these problems. I would like to combine this with item number 4, that I pledge to defend the freedom and the dignity and the rights of the electorate and the voters. These 2 items have been mentioned in the Quran, in Surah Mubarakah Nisa, in Surah Mubarakah Ma'idah, where Allah says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, all those people who claim that you are true believers. 2 conditions required. Kunu qawwamina bil qist. Rise up with your full energy and full dedication and devotion to be fair and just. La tattabi'ul hawa. Do not follow your personal likes and dislikes. I'dilu. Be fair and just in your decisions. Huwa aqrab lit-taqwa. And I've got some hadith also to mention, but you'll excuse me from going into the details. Item number 6 and 7. Number 6, as indicated by His Eminence the Marja, that the minimum is that the leader should accept the laws of the Sharia as indisputable laws and should practice them and not openly violate them. Interesting. The leader chosen by God, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Surah Ahzab, the first ayah, Ya ayyuhan nabi, or the one given the task of propagation, La tuti' ittaqillah, have taqwa, O Prophet, wa la tuti' al-kafirina wal-munafiqin. Do not follow the kafir. He doesn't believe in the same principles, godly principles, belief in the hereafter, belief that you have a message from God. Don't follow them. They will pressurize you. They'll try to persuade you. They'll try to threaten you. They'll try to bribe you. No. They'll ask you, change the laws. We can't practice these laws that you brought of the Sharia. Prophet, do not. Prophet, Allah is telling the Prophet. What about us? Do not obey the kafir. Do not obey the munafiq inside the community who will also want laws to be changed. So what should I do? وَاتَّبِعْ مَا يُوحَى إِلَيْكَ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. Strictly follow the wahi and the sharia which has been sent down to you. So pledge number 6 is, I accept the indisputable laws of the sharia and I won't openly violate them. And finally, the last pledge, that I feel I'm responsible to God and to the Prophet and to the Ma'sumin alayhimus salam, and I would add especially the living Imam. This is a beautiful concept about feeling responsible to the Imam. One person came to Imam Rida alayhi salam. He says, Imam, please pray dua for me. So Imam says, how do you know I don't pray for you? Do you know? On a weekly basis? No. On a bi-weekly basis? No. Another, on a daily basis. Your actions are reported to me and reported to the Prophet. If he finds something good, he's happy and he praises you. If he finds something wrong, he's hurt. But out of his graciousness, he prays for your forgiveness. Whether we like it or not, we must know that not only the living Imam is alive and watching, even the Ma'sumin alayhimus salam are also alive. So in conclusion, my humble request is that the recommendation being proposed by the respected President is based on the guidance received from the Marja. The marja tells us what is there in the Quran, what's there in the Hadith, what are the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt, and I've tried to give you a little insight, what's the background to the pledges that we are making. May Allah give us tawfiq to better prepare for the dhuhur of the Imam Ajjalallahu Farajah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Murtada. I think with that, we will open the floor for discussions and observations.
Mr.
Chairman, I think I'll try to keep it as succinctly as possible. And I've mentioned this already, that I think it's an important paper that is being presented. I just have a few observations on these. I think, notwithstanding the fact that we have this paper and the pledge, it is our inherent responsibility to always, as leaders, be of the highest values, not only from a moral perspective, but to observe all our religious responsibilities and obligations as well. I have just two specific things to say on this one. Number one is that, are there going to be, or are you planning to sort of have ramifications or any sort of ways on how we can control this? Because the words that are being used are quite of the highest threshold, and as leaders, definitely we should be observing the highest threshold. So my suggestion would be, since this is one that has been coming after a really long time and probably an important one, but it's a first step. The recommendation uses the word undertake. And I think that is a really strong word. And we do not only want to be leaders who sign or pledge to a document but do not act upon it. I think every word in that recommendation, if at all this does go through, is one that we need to be cognizant of. My suggestion would be to replace the word undertake with endeavor to. That way we try as much as we can, because as much as Agha's direction is to have and observe taqwa in the open, I think in the recommendation it's also included privately as well, which obviously increases that threshold. So my suggestion is to swap undertake.
We have Mohammad Reza Devji and Akil Bhai after that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think I'll speak in Gujarati to aap બધા ખાસ કરવારાય સમજે. We always say કે આપણા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન છે ને ઇમામે ઝમાનાના છે. આપણે આ ગીત દરરોજ ગાય છે કે ઇમામ ઝમાનાના ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન છે. We leaders are just the custodians of this institution. કે કાલે ઇમામે ઝમાના આવશે તો આપણે એને આપણા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન એને આપી દેશું. ઘણી ફેર મોલાના મડીસમાં પરા છે કે બાના આજે તમારું ઘર તમે એવો રાખો કે કાલે જો ઇમામે ઝમાના દરવાજો ઠોકે તો તમે એને અંદર વેલકમ કરી શકો, અને તમે ન કેવું ખપે કે ના ખોબરો હું ઓડી ચીજ સંતાડી નાખું ને આ ચીજ કાઢી નાખું. આપણે ઇન્સાન છે, ઇન્સાન ભૂલ કરવાવાળો છે, અલ્લાહ માફ કરવાવાળો છે, તો કેમ આપણે બે છે આ સાઇન કરવા હસ્તે કે આજે આપણે કોશિશ કરીએ કે તકવા લઈ આવે લીડરશિપમાં. જે મારું પોતાની વાત કરું છું કે હું જ મને કોશિશ કરું ખપે કે જો હું પ્રેસિડન્ટ હોઉં તો તકવા સાથે કામ કરું, ઇન્સાફ સાથે કામ કરું, અને મારી ભૂલ ચૂક થાય તો અલ્લાહ છે માફ કરવાવાળો રહીમ છે. તો આપણે કેમ બે છે કરવા હસ્તે જ્યારે આપણે કહે છે આ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ ઇમામે ઝમાનાના છે, તો આપણે જે લીડર્સ થાય છે આપણે એવા લીડર્સ હોવા જોઈએ કે આજે ઇમામે ઝમાના આવે ને આપણે કહે છે કે આપણે એને આ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન એને આપશું. So I don't think there is anything wrong. What Majid Ali Hassan by Keshe, yes, changes karo, but I think this is very important. And if you remember, kon Sheikh Khalidina, ke jare tame a conference ma kaira tha, then I also contacted Sheikh Khalidina ke if he can send me in my third term, I wanted to swear. But things didn't go well, but I don't think ke aje ape namaze pare che. આપણે અલ્લાહ પાસ માંગે છે મારી નમાઝ તૂટી ફૂટી છે પણ અલ્લાહ તું કબૂલ કર. એટલા આપણી જે લીડરશીપ છે, વી ટ્રાય ટુ ગો વિથ તકવા, વી ટ્રાય ટુ ગો વિથ જસ્ટિસ. ભૂલ થશે તો અલ્લાહ માફ કરવાનો છે, પણ વી શુડ સ્ટાર્ટ ધીસ. થેન્ક યુ.
Hassan, thank you, Pramukh sir. We have Akhil Bhai, thereafter Abbas Bhai Bandali, thereafter Amin Bhai Nasir. After that, Mohammed Raja.
This document is very good. And what has been pointed, 7 points here, is the responsibility of the leadership when we take the position. This is well, everybody knows, but I feel we should be accountable. There's nothing here accountable. Today, our institution is losing huge amount of financial, administrative, and other things. But we have not mentioned in this document how we are going to be accountable. I would like to suggest 2 points here, and I read. Be fully accountable. Be fully accountable for my decision and action, and accept responsibility for the consequences. 2, I shall not misinform under any circumstances, even if doing so the results in the losses of my position. Because we cannot just put our responsibility in the document and then we overlook the action. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhil Bhai. Before I go to you, Abbas Bhai, I'll ask the AV team to share the paper on the screen as well, please. Also, Akhil Bhai, I may trouble you to share the points again if I need to capture the wording one more time. I have made notes, but just for making sure I've captured it correctly. Abbas Bhai, Bismillah.
Ahsan. So at the outset, Nasimco is fully on board with the whole concept of what you're proposing. I just wanted to share 2 thoughts and then just a general feedback that we have, that we just want to, again, nothing of concern, but just an observation. So pelato lakelo wanchaje to palaki ginje to jara wanchaje mareke pakuro karota. So this makes perfect sense. As an engineer, I'm a very much problem-solve, solution-oriented person, right? So our problem is we don't have something in written, and therefore we're trying to solve it. As an engineer, we also make sure that the solution that we're proposing doesn't present other problems, right? So one of the things that has been collectively brought up at the table is, again, nothing in opposition with what we're proposing here, is that because, and I'm choosing my words very carefully here, because we have in the past seen sometimes, unfortunately, mudslinging, we just want to make sure that none of these clauses end up causing us degradation in the reputation of our community where we use this as mudslinging. You see? So, how do we do it such that this is a governance item which is not used down the road for sort of creating, disillusionment and problems. That's our only feedback. And not that we have any solutions to it, but it was just a collective thought that we had as a group. And I really thank Sheikh Alidina for guiding us on this. Ahsant.
Thank you, Abbas Bhai. I have Amin Bhai, thereafter Mohammed Bhai Jafar, thereafter Rasul Bhai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. પહેલી વખત એ કોડ ઓફ લીડરશિપ તમે કીધા કે ન પસાર થયું, બીજી વારે ન પસાર થયું તો કંઈક રીઝન હશે. હવે આપણે પ્રોગ્રેસમાં જાય છે, બરાબર છે, એક ફ્રેમ ખપે, પણ જેવી રીતના અબ્બાસભાઈ કીધા જે લખેલું એ વંચાય, પણ એવી રીતના લખેલું ખપે કે એ ઇશ્યુઝ ઉપર ઇશ્યુઝ ન લઈ આવે. આ એક પહેલો પગલો છે. તો મને લાગે છે આજે તમે કોડ લખ્યા છો ને એ ટર્મ બદલાવો, કારણ કે કોડનો મતલબ એ થાય કે જે આમાં રૂલ્સ લખેલું છે ને તમે નથી કર્યા તો એનો સેન્ક્શન મળશે. તો એક શાર્થ કરો, ફ્રેન્ચીમાં શાર્થ કે આ પ્રિન્સિપલ લખવામાં આવે છે. તો એક ઇન્સ્પાયર પહેલાં આપણે જાય, કારણ કે એવું ન થાય કાલે વળી માણસો આ જોઈ અને આગાની ઓફિસમાં પહોંચી જતા કે આ હતું તમારા તરફથી આમ. તો આપણે એવી રીતના જાય, કારણ કે આ પહેલો 2 વાર તો કોડ ઓફ લીડરશિપ ન પસાર થાય, પહેલી વાર થાય છે તો ગુડ પ્રોગ્રેસ, પણ એક કોડ તરીકે ન જાઓ, એક એવી રીતના જાઓ કે ઇન્સ્પાયર થાય ને કાલે ઇશ્યુઝ ઉપર ઇશ્યુઝ, કારણ કે આપણો મકસદ એ છે કે પ્રેગ્મેટિકલ મુતમઈનની સાથે આ ક્લોઝીસ અમલમાં લઈ આવવામાં આવે.
Thank you, Amin Bhai. Murabbi Mohammad Bhai Jafar.
Assalamu alaikum. Chairman Sahab, it's a fantastic, I think this every president or every leader has to abide to this, the rules that when he is becoming a chairman of an institution of Khoja Shia Itnashari, he has to abide to these rules. It's simple. Now, we are passing this rule. Who is going to monitor that these rules are being done properly or not? Or we are just taking an oath like the Trump did it and then go against all those conditions which are there on those paper what he said. How are we going to look into it? Because Senate chair, House of Representatives chair, એ પણ નથી પહોંચી શકતા એને. તો અહીંયા કોણ એને કંટ્રોલ કરશે? આપણે રૂલ તો આ તો બેઝિક્સ છે. I personally think that every leader must obey the religious obligations which has been tabled here. Must. કે નકર તો એને હક નથી ખુરશી પર બેસવાનો. Unless he નાલાયક માણસ હોય. તો મને હું શું પૂછું છું, આપણે કાંઈ પણ પાસ કરીએ, અહીંયા પાસ થઈ ગયું, આપણે આપીને હું જઈને બોલું બાબા નીચે સાઇન કરું, પણ એને ફોલો જ ના કરું, હવે એને કોણ કંટ્રોલ કરે? જો એ કંટ્રોલ મેકેનિઝમ ના હોય તો પછી આ રૂલ્સ બનાવવાનો ફાયદો શું છે મારા ભાઈ? થેન્ક યુ બાપા.
Thank you, Bhai Jafar. I have Rasul Bhai, thereafter Shahid Bhai Murji, thereafter Shabi Bhai Nasir.
I'm going to give my reflections on this, and I may use examples which we have discussed today or yesterday, which were offline. So
you will alert me when you want us to go offline,
so
right?
Can we go offline? Because
would you like us to go offline now?
Because some of the stuff I may say, they're my reflections, but I don't want to.
Rasul Bhai, please move the microphone closer to you, please.
Rasul Bhai is suggesting that we go offline because he wants to mention one or two things that are politically sensitive. Okay, we go offline for just that bit and come back live.
Okay.
Shahid Bhai Murji, Bismillah.
Pramukh Sahib, I do agree 110%. Whatever written here, je apne lekha che, these are the current issues. Jhan leadership ma problems che, these are the current issues which we need to address. But Pramukh Sahib, I do agree 110% with Murabbi Mohammad Bhai Jafar also. આજે તમે કોડ ઓફ લીડરશિપ લઈ આવો છો, અગર એમાં enforcement નથી, તો these are just words and nothing else. આ ખાલી words છે. આજે તમે એ યાદ રાખો કે આજે કોઈ લીડર અગર આ ફોલો ન કર્યો આ ચીજને, તો આમાં ઓલી લીડરની ફેલિયરશિપ નહીં હોય, આખું સિસ્ટમ ફેલ થશે. બિકોઝ જે ચીજ આપણે લઈ આવે છે એ આપણે પોતે ફોલો નહીં કરી શકીએ. So let us give a deep thought on this. કે આપણે શું કરી શકીએ? Enforcement is the main part. Because આ પેપર તમે પાસ કરશો, પેપર માફક રહી જશે. So we need to think more deep on this thing.
Hassan, thank you. Just a quick time check. We are at around half an hour from Dhuhr. At the moment, I have Alhaj Shabir Bhai Najafi, thereafter Alhaj Abul Hasan Bhai Gokal are the two observations on my list. Shabir Bhai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm going to say, I'm sorry, but advance apologies. આ પેપર છે ને આજ ખેલે હું નથી કહી વાત થઈ ગઈ કે આ કોડ ઓફ પ્રેક્ટિસ અમે બહુ સિરિયસલી પહેલાં લીધું હતું ને it got defeated or not accepted. And the last one I remember was Karachi. And I was on that team, we went in that room with everybody. તો આજ ખેલે હું નથી કર્યો. So I thought I'll pick it up here. Now that I've seen, I concur with what Shahid Bhai and Amin Bhai, maybe it's covered, then you tell me, and what Mohammad Bhai. Two things. And before I said that, first and foremost, and Sheikh Alidin, આ પેપરમાં જે છે ને, that has to be the first and the quality of the leader even before he takes a position. We don't need a paper to say your wajibat and akhlaq. We don't know. However, Sayyid Murtaza and Tame, you know, Sheikh Murtaza, how we operate, like lakhelu hase ne to vadare olu thase. Then I have one problem, and maybe you can address it. Ema Shahid Bhai ne Mohammad Bhai no આ નવું લે આવ્યા. તમે શું કીધું? Enforcement. So before enforcement, I would go, maybe you have covered, and I said I haven't read it, policing. How are you going to first and foremost police this paper? Number one. Now I lay policing kari lidu, enforcement. Even without this paper, Shariat, and there are so many things which are breached openly within the leaders, our name, apne kahi nathi kari sakta. So how is it going to be enforced and policed? આ તો શરિયતન વાજિબ છે. You don't need a Khoja institution to endorse the wajibats. So આ બે વસ્તુ આમાં કવર કરો, નહીં તો આ toothless paper હશે. That's why I didn't read it. So enforcement, policing. બધું થાય છે. હમણાં ઓલો દુબઈનું કેટલું બોલી ગયું, આપણો લ્યો, આપણા ઇલેક્શન લ્યો, બધામાં થાય છે. When you know કે બરાબર નથી, not just election, we can't do anything about it. So what is one paper going to do? So એ મદ્દે નજર રાખો. I am for this code. It should be there with or without the paper. Thank you.
Hassan, thank you. Final word, Alhaj Abul Hasan Bhai Gokal, please.
Thank you. I like the reference to the final word. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Drawing inspiration from Dua Ahad and from the closing remarks of Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina, I would humbly suggest that the pledge or oath be reworded to also include a pledge to the living Imam as the header, because Sheikh Ali Dina said that all our amal are reported on a daily basis to him, to the Imam. So as a practice and governance, the pledge should also be to the Imam. Second point is that adherence to the pledge will become, inshallah, much easier in the future if we manage to adopt a paper on the prerequisites and post-requisites to leadership. There is ample of material available in our Islamic literature as a guidance. There are khutbahs where the 12th Imam has been referred to and where Imam Ali has been referred to by various alqab, and each laqab being a function of governance. So once we inshallah manage that, the adherence to the pledge would become easier, as point raised, who will monitor. So it will be the Zamir and the qualities that will monitor. Coming to the qualities, once we have these benchmarks of leadership ascertained, then obviously many problems which exist or which emerge based on violations of Islamic codes will also cease to exist or reduce in number. So governance will inshallah become better. This is one of the aspirations we at Karachi Jamaat had since 2009, where we have made sure that each subsequent panel, and even at Park Federation, would include at least an alim-e-deen for guidance in matters where we may otherwise falter. And as a procedure, in addition to the tilawat which happens at the beginning of each of our managing committee meetings, we have a 5 to 10 minute segment for what we call reflections on character building and ethics. So no one is beyond that. But that's about it, inshallah. Very, very timely and important initiative, and may Allah give us success in its implementation. Thank you.
Arif Bahirji.
Ahsan. May I add on, and I may come across that I have a slightly different opinion to my colleagues, but that's why we are called brothers, yes, and sisters. I actually think that code of conduct, not to have it, causes so much more grief, problems, compared to having one, which then we may not have mechanism of policing and so forth. In every institution, there are certain rules, merits, qualities which one has to follow. I actually like very much this paper. I like it very much. I concur also with Mr. Chairman, the presentation, as well as what our Ustad Sheikh Khalidina has also presented. And it has hurt me massively to my core when I have seen that these papers have been defeated after that there has been thorough work from the ulama, including the offices of our Maraj. Okay, I disagree on one item. I'm not so keen to have a pledge. That's the only thing I'm not so keen on. I find that the pledge and the hand on the Quran, because of certain reasons which actually some of the counselors and leaders have said, that is where I find that is. However, not to have a code of conduct. I think this work has been done quite well. Has this body been consulted over multiple periods? Karachi, yes. London, yes. And now we're here again. And of course, others as well, as Mr. Chairman said. So I welcome it. I think it's very good. Only that I would not like to have the pledge in there. But everything else, I think it's very nice. And in regards to policing, can we think a bit bigger or further in the horizon? Let's use telescopes. Policing, it's an internal mechanism, but it is also that brothers and sisters are police for each other. The Executive Council, the conference, the Jamaats, and dare I say even the Madaris underneath, is a policing mechanism if we dare to tell our children and the member to give spiritual and jurisprudential guidance, and we call ourselves a Shia Ithnasi Muslim institute, then we should have it. when Marhum Mullah Asghar, rahmatullahi alayh, said and presented a paper, I say again, because the community and I would say the leadership showed lack of leadership in not accepting it, that has had a greater detrimental effect than a positive one. Ahsantu.
Thank you so much to everybody who have contributed to this session. બધાને શુક્રિયા અદા કરું છું કે જે આની અંદર હિસ્સો લીધો છે. આ બહુ જ important paper છે. In my personal opinion, it is probably the most important paper of this Executive Council because it will be recorded in history કે આપને શું decision કર્યા છે એટલે આપને જરા વિચારીને એના ઉપર કામ કરે. I would like to go through the points of each of the speakers. Ali Hassan Bhai, and I'm trying to combine things. Ali Hassan Bhai, I'm not here. But Ali Hassan Bhai, ne Amin Bhai, ne a few others do perspective che ke ame step by step jai. Karan ke we have not had a paper yet, of course, passed by this Executive Council, which means instead of using the word undertake, you use the word endeavor. Sharabe jare ben thiyu ઉલામા બેટર છે સીધું હરામ ન થયું કોમ તૈયાર ન હતી ધીરે ધીરે એને હરામ કરવામાં આવ્યું તો એ એક સ્કૂલ ઓફ થોટ છે if I combine everybody's view. There is nobody here who is against the paper. Alhamdulillah, it looks like. I think Rasul Bhai has many more reservations. I'll come to that. But generally speaking, બધા regionથી support છે. I can see unanimously. સવાલ main पैदा એ થાય છે કે how do you police it? And one school of thought is કે આપણે ધીરે ધીરે જાય અંડરટેકનું આપણે endeavor use કરે. We try our best. Even oath is done on a voluntary basis. Or it's up to the Jamaat and region to decide whether to voluntary or not. And ધીરે ધીરે જાય. The second school of thought is that no, we find a mechanism to police it. Otherwise it is toothless. And that's a tough one because as Abbas Bhai said, ke ostracization, monsoon interpretation, 1919 પેપરમાં જ્યારે હું હતો સ્ટેનમોરની અંદર મુલાને સાંભળતો તો બિગેસ્ટ ઇખ્તિલાફ કોમનું એ હતું કે તકવા ડિસાઇડ કોણ કરે હું ગુનો કર્યો છો કે નથી કર્યો એમાં કાલે ફોટામાં આવી જાય કે એક છોકરી સાથે છો હવે ક્યાં સર્કમસ્ટાન્સ શું હતું કેવી રીતે કોઈ ફોટો પાડીને દુનિયાને મોકલાવી દીધો હુસ્નું ઝન છે નથી ને કોણ ડિસાઇડ કરે કે આવો મોટો ગુનો થયો છે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ સમ whatever આજકાલ તો ફોટોશોપ છે ને AI છે ને so who will police it? That question comes up. તો મારું એમ જોવું છે કે આ હાઉસના સેન્ટિમેન્ટ્સ બે છે. I think everybody agrees with the paper, which is great news. Now the question is how do we move forward? Mohammad Azhar Bhai Devji was very much in favor of the oath, like Pakistan, કે અમે અહેસાસ કરે જ્યારે હું પોતે વોલન્ટરી ઓથ લીધો વોલન્ટરી હતું મને આજે સુધી અહેસાસ થાય કે મેં એક વાયદો આપ્યો છે અલ્લાહને મેં કુરાન ન પકડ્યું પણ ઓથ આપ્યો કે I seek the help of Allah. It is an oath. એમાં કંઈ કસમ નથી ખાધી એક બયાન આપ્યો છું હું કોમને કે હું મારી કોશિશ કરીશ. I will do my best. So before anything I have to think કે મારો કોઈ ગુનો ન થાય. Naturally આપણે બધા ઇન્સાન છે ગુના તો થાય છે. So Akil Bhai talked about accountability and wants to add two things, and again the same issue comes on policing. How do you police it in this environment? It's not an easy one. Coming to the point of, I think I've covered Amin Bhai and Abbas Bhai, Mohammad Bhai Jafar, no, each point of the policing. Rasul Bhai, with all respect, you may have fully misunderstood the oath. The verse of the Quran, if you open one page, it says, La taqrabus salat, do not pray. So we stop praying. The next page says, Wa antum sukara, if you are intoxicated. You have looked at one point, you haven't looked at the holistic seven, with all respect. You are talking about likes and personal dislikes, of course. But when you are in a situation that you cannot, you have fear or there are issues, either I speak and give my life or I go to the marja and seek guidance, which in number 6 says, committed to Sharia. And in Sharia interpretation, neither me you know better, there is taqiyya in the deen and there is, as rightly mentioned by Arif Ali Bhai, that in our statements we have been careful in the past because we have sought guidance from the office of His Eminence. So it is a holistic, pragmatic, practical view. It is not ex sentence ne aam jo ne om karo. Try and understand that point, inshallah. Shahid Bhai no point each hatu કે supportive, but the issues are there. And Shabir by Najaf, 1990, you were not there in 1990, but probably you are there in Karachi, so I respect that. And exactly each વાત છે enforcement નું. પણ 1990 ની કરાચીના ExCo માં જ્યારે એન્ડેવરની પણ વાત આવી તો ત્યાંય, as I mentioned to you, there were a couple of people said that we openly sin, so we cannot even aspire to it. So that could be problematic. I don't know. Question mark. Because are we really secular institution where we break the law of Sharia in public, alal elan, which nobody does here, and yet say, fine, I'll continue to be a leader? Of course, policing no issue. Tunkma, to summarize everything, I have a suggestion. I fear that if this House does not pass this paper this time, be another 20 years. Allahu Alam. There are currents moving in this world today where people are openly talking against Sharia, against fundamental principles of Quran and Hadith are being challenged. Being Shia, it's Nashri. કાલે કોઈ શિયા ઇથનાશ્રી કહીને કે હું મરજિયતમાં માનતો નથી, કે આમાં માનતો નથી, કે તેમાં માનતો નથી, અને એ ઇલેક્ટ થઈ જાય તો અમે શું કરશું? કયો મેકેનિઝમ છે? ઓફકોર્સ અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં શિયા ઇથનાશ્રી છે, કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં મરજિયતનું નામ છે, એટલે એટલીસ્ટ એ મિનિમમ પ્રોટેક્શન હશે. પછી કહેશે મારો મરજા તો ઓલો લિબરલ માણસ છે, ક્યાંય બેઠો છે વેસ્ટની અંદર, એડી હું તકલીફ કરું છું ને હું કોમને કહું છું ને, એવી રીતે બધા કરે ફસાદો. કે કહેશે કે શરાબના ઇન્ટરપ્રિટેશન્સ છે, કુરાનમાં શરાબ આમ કે છે, આમ કે છે, તો અમે શું કરશો? તો going back to the balance, and I will leave it to this House to decide. પણ મને બરી જિમ્મા થાવ છે કે કાલે મને અલ્લાહ કહે નહીં કે તે પેપર લાવ્યું ને આ કોમે એના ઉપર કાંઈ કામ લઈને કહેજો, કાલે ગુનાનું કામ થાય તો મારા ઉપર એ બોજ ના આવે, એટલે હું મારું બરી જિમ્મા થઈ જાઉં છું. આઈ એમ પ્રેઝન્ટિંગ ધીસ પેપર ટુ યુ ટુ ડિસાઇડ. મારું હમ્બલ સજેશન છે કે જેમ કે અમીનભાઈ કહી ગયા અને અબ્બાસભાઈ કહી ગયા, બીકોઝ આઈ ફેસ ધીસ એવરી ડે, ઇવન ડિસ્પાઇટ ટેકિંગ ધ ઓથ. તમે બેદીન છો, તમે સેક્યુલર થઈ ગયા છો, તમે આ છો, તમે આજે એ થાય છે. Maybe the society and community is not mature enough to be policed at this stage, but maybe in future it will. So my humble suggestion is that we adopt this paper with a provision that apne undertake badle endeavor ni વાત કરે. I know I'm bringing it one stage down just to get a movement started. We can keep it undertaking if the House prefers it. Endeavor તો એની અંદર શું છે, પહેલું મરહલો શરૂ થઈ ગયું. As the society matures towards the intizar, which we need to, the second phase could be how do you police it, how do you bring accountability. એના માટે આપણે ચર્ચાઓ કરવું પડશે, ડિસ્કશન કરવું પડશે. Naturally, at the end of the day, the conference is the supreme authority. Conference is the supreme authority. Conferenceનું કોઈ પણ ડિસિઝન જે છે એ આ કોમ્યુનિટી માટે હુજ્જત છે. In that perspective, કોન્ફરન્સે જો કાલે ડિસાઇડ કર્યું કે એવો એક બે દિન આવી ગયો કે જે તોડફોડ કરીને દિન મૂકી દો, કોન્ફરન્સ કેન ડિસાઇડ કે based on these guidelines, because we will present this as guidelines. You are not following the guidelines, you are not fit for office, and let us ask the conference to decide. Like the mixed gathering paper જે પાસ થયું હતું, આજે ફૂલી ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટેશન નથી થયું, પણ કોશિશ તો કરે છે. મને ન્યુયોર્કથી ફોન આવ્યો કે અમારું સ્પોર્ટ્સ ફેસ્ટિવલ છે અને અમે ગાઈડલાઇન્સ આવી ગયા છે, અમે ફસાઈ ગયા છે, બાયો મર્દો મિક્સ થઈ ગયા છે. કે તો તમે એટલીસ્ટ અહેસાસ તો કરો છો કે ગુનો છે. એ અહેસાસનું આવું પણ ઇટ ઇઝ અ ગુડ થિંગ. તો એ અહેસાસિયત લઈ આવવા માટે મારું રેકમેન્ડેશન છે કે અમે વી પ્રોબેબલી જસ્ટ યુઝ ધી વર્ડ એન્ડેવર, અને પછી અમે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આસ્તે આસ્તે આગળ વધે એઝ અ કમ્યુનિટી, બીકોઝ વી વિલ શો કમિટમેન્ટ ટુ ધ ગ્લોબલ વર્લ્ડ દેટ વી આર ફોલોઈંગ ધ પાથ ઓફ મરજૈયા. અને તમે મરજાને પણ જો એની હિકમત, સૈયદ સિસ્તાની હફિઝહુલ્લાહ, જ્યારે ટોરોન્ટોનું વાક્ય થયું હતું સેમ જેન્ડર મેરેજનું, શેખ અલી દીનાફ અમારા સાથે હતા, અમે આગાને મળવા ગયા અને અમે હેરાન હતા કે કેવી રીતે કરે આ કામને. આગા એક સારું ગાઈડન્સ આપ્યું. પહેલું તો ગાઈડન્સ અલ્લાહ આગાનું કમાલ હતું. એ કે કોઈ પણ કોમમાં ગુનો થાય તો મહેરબાની કરીને એ ગુનાને ઢાંકી નાખો. કારણ કે અમીરુલ મુમિનીન પોતે ફરમાવે છે હદીસમાં કે જ્યારે કોઈ ઝીના કરે છે તો 4 ગવાહી ખપે, 4 ગવાહી. 3 જણા જો કે આ ઝીના થયું છે ને ચોથો કે ઝીના નથી થયું, તો અમીરુલ મુમિનીન કહે છે મારી ઉમ્મીદ છે કે હું આ ચોથામાં બનું જે કે હું નથી જોયો આ ગુનો. એટલું સુધી એ કે ગુનાહ કરવું એક વાત છે, પણ ગુનાને અલલ એલાન કોમના સામે બયાન કરવું મોટો ગુનો છે. એ કે ઓલું મેરેજ થયું એક વાત છે, સોશિયલ મીડિયામાં નાખવું ને દુનિયાભર એ ગુનો જોઈ એ તો બહુ મોટો ગુનો છે. તો કહેવાનું એમ, પછી આ જ્યારે અદાલતની વાત આપી, યુ વિલ લુક એટ ધ સ્ટેટમેન્ટ ઇઝ એમિનન્સ. વી આર ઓફ ધ ઇમ્પ્રેશન, Shakilina, you can correct me, that Aga will say Adalat is a requirement. Aga understands the situation of the world today. It is not easy to have that Adalat. Aga ke Adalat shart nathi. Parantu, aspiration ane ઈ છે, તવક્કો છે, expectation છે, જેમ તમે કીધા ને કે we will follow. તો ઈ સ્પિરિટના મુજબ, if we can move in this direction કે we endeavor to, we will have gone a long way. As this executive council that will get the thawab of this, we may be critical કે તમે enforce નથી કર્યા, પણ અમે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આગળ જતા આસ્તે આસ્તે કામ કરે કે અમે કેવી રીતે આને આ મારું recommendation છે, and I will obviously open the floor for getting sentiments of my recommendation. Amin bhai and then Arif bhai. Sorry. Maaf karjo, secretary looks at the what, my apologies.
I have Mehdi Hassan by Haryani on Zoom, Arif Ali by Hirji, thereafter Amin by Nasir, inshallah. Mehdi bhai, bismillah.
Thank you, Ali Chaudhary. Thank you, Sheikh Safdar. I have sort of an agreement on this point, but wanted to add my sort of a suggestion that for the leadership traits, I think we should be looking at the traits given by Imam Hassan Askari alayhi salam for the leadership in the absence of Imam. It was not limited to for only fuqaha, but also for the leadership traits, because we are in the times where we are not in the presence of the Imam, but of the Imam physically. But yes, we know that he is Hazir, and he is knowing, he is already guiding us in all aspects. So my suggestion is that when Imam Hassan Askari has told us regarding the traits of the leadership, it was Sain al-Nafsi, so Hafiz al-Lidina, Muhafiz al-Ahwa, and Mutiyan li-Amre. So these are the major traits where the true representative who is leading the institution, especially the faith-centered community, so he should be embodied with all these traits where knowledge, justice, and piety has to be on toes. And one suggestion when we are talking about the policing and sort of a monitoring, yes, we all understand we cannot police, but yes, we can have a board of ulama or a sort of a scholars who can be the sort of a panel who can receive the complaints, or who can see those traits if being followed. Maybe sometimes social media people are used to give something on social media, or some trait that being monitored, that can be visible on certain aspects. So that body can or evaluate those traits and maybe suggest some better improvements for the leadership aspect. So I think policing would be not a good point, but yes, there should be a body who can monitor and who can evaluate and who can keep entrusted this leadership trait. Thank you.
Hassan, thank you. Mehdi bhai, another time check, conscious of namaz, we have 10 minutes before we have to close. I will turn to Arif Ali bhai with a request to be articulate and succinct, please.
Hassan, I like the pathway with Mr. Chairman is going towards. The endeavor is a good one as a first paglo. And may I also add on, so it's in the same spirit. Once we call it code of conduct, that's a heavy loaded one. So what we can do is the World Federation or the community's definition of leadership. Definition of leadership.
Sorry, Arif, just for the interruption. We have titled this paper Code of Leadership, not Code of Conduct.
And the
So
word,
what about guidelines
guidelines
for leadership? Because it's like guidelines for mixed gathering, guideline for nikah.
I thought the same. When you call it guidelines, it means that you actually make it in a way, as a choice. But if you put it as a code, it is very strong. But you call it a definition of how this World Federation, because we are the body on behalf of World Federation, how we define, have you seen, after consultation. So I would suggest the word definition. So endeavor, I'm for definition. And the third point, I'm trying to give a compromise because I put in that we maybe shouldn't have the oath. We could put the word and the recommended voluntary oath. Cannot force somebody to take that oath. Thank you.
Arif, just so I have captured correctly, you are aligned with replacing with endeavor. The third point being recommended voluntary oath. And the second point, if you could articulate again how you would like the title to be. You don't want the word
code.
Guidance. You want code. Code is already there, code of leadership.
I don't want code.
What do you want?
Definition of leadership.
Yeah, again, we have quite a few people. My only concern about definition is we'll have to lend them the paper because this is the minimum. Leadership, Sheikh Alidina has explicitly written a huge paper which is in the appendix of that which talks about the qualities of a leader. So anyhow,
I can discuss. No, I can compromise live with you. Guideline works.
Thank you.
And also, Arif, we are putting the text on the screen. The word voluntary is already there. If we have permission from Amin Bhai and our Pramukh of Pune Jamaat, we head towards adoption in the interest of time and for keeping afdal time for Salat. Amin Bhai, Raja se jamari. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Sorry, Amin Bhai, and thereafter.
જે આરીફભાઈ બોલા હું કીધો હતો કારણ કે કોડ અને ગાઈડલાઇન્સ એના કરતાં જે વચલું છે ને લીડરશીપ ચાર્ટર ઇટ્સ બેટર કારણ કે કોડ છે કારણ કે કોડ મીન્સ યુ મેક રૂલ્સ પણ જેને ઓબ્ઝર્વ ના કરે તો સેન્ક્શન ખપે આજે બધે બહુ હોશિયારો થઈ ગયા છે.
Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. As a president, Pune Jamaat, and Pune Jamaat is practicing this oath from 1992. And I don't feel that આમાં કાંઈ oath લેવામાં કાંઈ problem હોવું જોઈએ મારા હિસાબથી તો. And we are practicing from last 34 years in Pune. So we fully support this paper and તમે chairman સાહેબે કીધું કે let's start it. Start તો કરીએ.
Okay, I think we have consensus. The way I see it, it's just now two things, and I'm going to close there because before namaz, આપણે જ્યારે નમાઝ પઢીએ તો અલ્લાહનો શુક્રિયા અદા કરી શકે કે આજે એક મોટી નેમત આ કૌમ ઉપર આવશે. If we pass this, એનું સવાબ બધા અહીંયા જે છે શામિલ હાલ છે. We will change the word from undertake to endeavor. એ એક. બીજું કે આપને આ પેપરને या charter या guideline, I want a solution કારણ કે શું છે કે આપણા પાસે ગાઈડલાઇન્સ ઓફ મિક્સ ગેધરિંગ છે પણ બીજા અમલ નથી કરતા. આપણે કોશિશ કરે છે તો હવે ચાર્ટર કે ગાઈડલાઇન એક ચીજ લેટ્સ ટ્રાય એન્ડ ગેટ ટુ ધી એન્ડ ઓફ ઇટ.
હું એક જ એક્સપ્લેનેશન દઉં કારણ કે આપણે કોડ કીધા પણ કોડ એટલે રૂલ્સ જો તમે ન કરો તો સેન્ક્શન આવે. ચાર્ટર શું છે
એટલે કોડ તો કાઢી નાખ્યા છે તો એ ગાઈડલાઇન્સનું રિક્વેસ્ટ આવ્યું છે જેવી રીતે આપણે ગાઈડલાઇન્સ ઓફ મિક્સ ગેધરિંગ છે, ગાઈડલાઇન્સ ફોર મેરેજ છે. ઓકે. Any other sentiments from any other Abul Bhai?
I would. I think the word code is more stronger, and code of leadership, just like code of ethics or code of conduct, it has more weight. I don't think we should be compromising here. At least make a strong statement that this is the direction we are going.
At the moment, I don't have, other than Amin Bhai, anybody else.
I saw Akhil Bhai raise his hand. Akhil Bhai's point, what about he has added 2 extra sentences? I believe, if I'm right to understand, Akhil Bhai, your 2 sentences are strengthening the accountability, which we discussed is the next phase. So if you are okay, maybe that is something that could be tightened in future. I understand. That is, I'm looking at the sentiments of the House, so we can at least pass the paper on that one. But I think the sentiments is two school of thoughts, and it still remains two school of thoughts. Like, for example, Abul Bhai clearly says, "I'm a code wapre." There is a fear here that if you use code, then people will you ostracize you. How do you respond to that?
So we think about decoding the code.
So you're basically saying we go for guidelines.
Code.
I'm also okay with code. When endeavor is there and voluntary is there, then code is fine.
તો I mean by endeavor નો આવી ગયું છે, એમાં voluntary આવી ગયું છે.
હું લોયર છું, મારી ફરજ બને છે હું તમને, કારણ કે આજે હોશિયારો બહુ છે. ધીસ ઇઝ સેન્સિટિવ મેટર. માણસો પછી એને યુઝ બીજી રીતના ન કરે. કોડ તમે વાંચો, રૂલ્સ, ઇફ યુ ડોન્ટ ઓબ્સર્વ, સેન્ક્શન ખપે. એ કોડનો મીન્સ ઈ છે. હવે ગાઈડલાઇન ચાર્ટર ઇઝ મીડિયમ. આ એ સ્ટ્રોંગ છે, પણ આપણે પહેલો પગલો પહેલા છે, મારી નજરમાં સ્ટ્રોંગ પગલો છે. તો આપણે એવી રીતના લખીએ કે પછી એનું ઇફેક્ટ સરખું થવું જોઈએ.
Okay, I want a solution. I really want this. Yeah. We have got consensus to pass. We just before namaz.
Leadership charter. It's.
Gee, Abbas, but you have a solution. I need a solution.
Just so I understand the situation, we are trying to dilute it and get it passed, but not dilute it too much so we lose the essence. Right?
Correct.
So we have agreed to replace it with endeavor.
Correct.
Which then allows us to sort of lower
Correct.
the threshold.
Correct.
Code, I think there's technicalities about the word code and enforcement. I thought we had agreed that enforcement will be a later chapter. So code is okay, for Nasimco code is okay.
Nasimco code is okay, Pakistan is okay, Europe is okay, India is okay, Australia is not here. So I mean by apne.
Can I, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
It seems like between guidelines, code, and charter.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as those two words are, we're fine with each. But if you now ask me, I thought charter would be heavy loaded, but if that's the part of the House, let's go for charter.
Charter
no,
actually,
charter is strong.
accounts man, actuarial world is a very powerful word. Because charter actually could be enforced.
ના પણ કોડ કરતા હો. કોડ તમે ડેફિનિશન જો.
I વકીલ છે. અલી છેલ્લું પ્લીઝ લે વકીલો ગના છે તમે બને વકીલો છો.
I don't want to get into the intricate details. My only suggestion is, since we're now taking a first step and the House is also of the same opinion that we are going to sort of strengthen this in the next few years, let's for now, as a step one, take guidelines and then move on to code when we strengthen it.
Okay. Abul Bhai, my humble request is, I'm concerned that namaz is coming, and if we don't pass this paper, then we are all in a real. So guidelines is something that it appears that is acceptable to everybody.
I would do nothing which would come in the way of namaz. My point of view was, like, codes is already a standard used as a norm for many other items. Guideline is, okay, this is what my guidance is. So leadership as a set of traits and prerequisites is available to us. This is my opinion. I will not come in the way of namaz.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think when we implemented the guidelines for mixed gathering and the nikah marriage contract, the communities accepted it. And they endeavor to make sure that they do. If there are breaches, then they have to do istighfar and go to Allah. I mean, what else can you do? Okay, so Abul Bhai, we respect it. I think you can see that we are moving in a level of maturity. So with the consensus we have, we will change it to guidelines. And the word that has already been changed, if that is acceptable, then to adopt this paper, I would like a loud salawat Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. This is probably one of the happiest moments spiritually for me personally. And I would really like to thank all of you for your commitment to this. And it is the dawn of a new beginning in terms of our cognizance, inshallah, at least practically written. As you said, we always do it anyway. But now we have, so thank you very much.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa Allah.
Sardar, with a slight addition, please ensure that the word dawn of new beginning is not D-O-N, but D-A-W-N.
I thought you bring humor when you're frustrated, but today you're happy, inshallah.
Mr. Chairman.
We also have a Don here in the house. I ask the Don to identify himself. Alhaj Shabir Bhai is affectionately referred to as our Don here in Stanmore.
Mr. Chairman, on such a momentous occasion, well done. Well done to the team. But I would also, if you can please request all the regional members to also bring this fantastic guidelines into the membership of the World Federation, and not only limited to the Executive Council as well as conference level at WF, but also in the membership. If you can please put that on, because then we are living by guidelines. Bismillah.
Yeah. The good news is it's already in the paper that the Jamaats, regions, and World Federation. So really, thank you for that. I think before we close, with all respect, Mozabai, quickly, please, Namaste. A very important point I want to say before we close.
બોલા હરીફભાઈ સાચી વાત છે regional federations અને પછી it should come down to the Jamaats in the constitution. That is more important. જો constitutionમાં નહીં હોય તો કહેશે બાના આ constitution નથી અમે નથી કરવાના. So more important to amend the constitutions. Thank you.
Jazakallah. Thank you very much. We will note that in the minutes of today's meeting. Marhum Al-Asghar Rahmatullah had that vision in 1990. Of course, we have gone a long way. It's the year of Mullah Asghar Rahmatullah alayhi. So it is a big blessing. So let us end as we go to Zohrain and remember Marhum with Surah Fatiha.
We adjourn the session for now. We resume at 2 p.m. sharp. I hope I will not have to resort to switching off the air conditioning in the lunch room, because yesterday we had a tough time getting our esteemed councillors back at the table. Kindly please join us back at 2 so we can continue on time. Asantum.
Allama Haji Naji's publishing success did not come without scrutiny when he wanted to publish the Holy Quran in Gujarati transliteration. He faced stiff opposition from powerful members of the community. The religious tradition of the time dictated that the words of the Quran can only be in Arabic. Ever the pragmatist, Haji Naji invited some of his opponents to his house, asking them to bring their business ledgers with them. When they arrived, Haji Naji asked them to open the ledgers to the first page. On the opening page, as was customary, they had inscribed Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim in Gujarati text. Haji Naji asked, if it was acceptable to write Bismillah in Gujarati, then why would it be improper to print the whole Quran in Gujarati? His guests relented, and Haji Naji was able to publish the Quran in Gujarati. Haji Naji was born on 28th Safar 1297 in Gujarat to Ismail Bai and Jan Bai. His fundamental work of tabligh included publishing nearly 400 books in Gujarati and the renowned monthly magazine called Rahe-Najat, which continued for over a century. Rahe-Najat went far beyond Gujarat and was a major influence in the emerging Khoja Shia Ithna-Ashari communities of Africa, Muscat, Burma, and elsewhere where the Khojas migrated. His personal life was truly an inspiration of faith and practice. It was in 1351 after Hijrah that his printing press caught fire in the middle of the night, facing a colossal loss of 50,000 Indian rupees, equivalent to approximately 4.2 million rupees today. When being consoled, Haji Naji said, "After every 40 days, a mu'min is tested." In those days, with the trials and tribulations that the Khoja community had to endure, Haji Naji and others faced many social and economic challenges to remain on the path of Ahlul Bayt. The question for us today is, are we as steadfast in our faith if we had to undergo such hardships?
There's a famous hadith from Imam Ali alayhi salam. He says, "Ma anzal al-maut manzilahu man adda ghadan min ajli." He who counts tomorrow to be from his lifetime has not given death its rightful place. In every life, the final journey arrives, a moment that equalizes all, a moment that returns us to our Creator. Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. Every soul shall test death. Imam Ali alayhi salam says, "Verily there is a shield over me in the form of my appointed time of death, which protects me, so when my day comes, it relieves itself of me and surrenders me to death. At this time the arrow will not miss its target, and the wound will not fail." In these final moments, our community stands together side by side, heart to heart, to honor the dignity of the one returning home. From the deathbed to the grave, every step is taken with compassion, responsibility, and faith. In these quiet places where we bow, we remember the one to whom we return.
It was in the year 1872, Mullah Qadir Hussain, who was under the tutelage of Ayatollah Zain al-Abidin Mazandarani in Karbala and was conducting lessons for a Khoja by the name of Nur Muhammad from Mumbai. One day, upon describing the merits of Imam Ali alayhi salam, Nur Muhammad asserted, "Khojas believe that Hazrat Ali is God." Mullah Qadir was stunned to hear this. Nur Muhammad continued, Khojas believe that Hazrat Ali is the 10th incarnation of God and Aga Khan is the 46th incarnation of Hazrat Ali or God. Mullah admonished Nur Muhammad, "It is bad to label somebody with something that he is not, so repent for your false belief." Nur Muhammad pleaded with his mentor, "But it is the faith of the Khojas." Next morning, Mullah took Nur Muhammad to Ayatollah Zainul Abidin and narrated the account of the Khoja's Satpanthi beliefs. A year later, in 1873, Mullah Qadir Hussain met a group of Khoja pilgrims. He learned that these Zuwar had initially set out to go to Makkah for Hajj, but had instead arrived in Karbala. Amongst the new arrivals was Devji Bhai Jamal, a prominent businessman and Khoja leader. Mullah asked Devji Bhai, "You just said that you left Zanzibar for Hajj, then how did you come here?" In reply to the question, Devji Bhai simply said, "Fate." Mullah begged, "I don't understand your replies. Tell me plainly, why did you not go for Hajj and come here instead?" "We have heard," responded Devji Bhai, "that the pilgrimage of Makkah earns the divine reward of only one Hajj, while the pilgrimage to Karbala earns the divine reward of 70 Hajj." Mullah Qadir explained, "Hajj is obligatory upon every individual of means, while the pilgrimage to Karbala is voluntary." Devji Bhai said, "We Khojas are ignorant of such matters. Come with us and teach us," he requested Mullah Qadir Hussain. Mullah declined. "I left my home to improve my hereafter, and therefore I'm not desirous of going anywhere." When Ayatollah Mazandarani came to know of this, he told Mullah Qadir, "An ignorant man seeks guidance from you and you deny the guidance? It is my suggestion that you should go." For a week, Mullah resisted. Finally, he asked Ayatollah Mazandarani to perform istikhara. Ayatollah said, "Do you see istikhara for offering namaz or performing Hajj?" suggesting subtly that it had now become wajib upon Mullah Qadir to go. Thus, Mullah Qadir Hussain arrived in Mumbai in 1874, and his arrival became the first milestone in the journey of faith of the Khoja Shia Itnashiri community. The building called Madrasa of Mullah Qadir in Dongri is living testimony of the Tabligh efforts of Mullah Qadir Hussain.
Land into homes and homes into thriving communities. In a major step towards community upliftment, the World Federation of KSIMC facilitated the purchase of land for the establishment of a Khoja Shia Ithnashri community village off the superhighway in Karachi. Covering an area of approximately 36 acres and valued at $3.1 million, this investment embodies a long-term vision for sustainable and thriving communities. This land will provide the foundation for a residential space, mosque, Imam Bargah, school, hospital, university campus, commercial blocks, and much, much more, built to serve generations to come. Creating homes, shaping God-cognizant and spiritual communities, building futures.
Of the 14,000 inhabitants of Karachi in the mid-19th century, there were just a few hundred Khojas. Yet they were amongst the dominant business and civic leaders in the Karachi society of that era. Predominantly of Sindhi origin, the Khoja community of Karachi also had Kachi Khojas, who had migrated to Karachi after the 1819 earthquake and subsequently after famines which occurred at the end of the 18th century and beginning of the 19th. Soon after the arrival of Hassan Ali Shah, the first Aga Khan on Indian soil in 1843, he attempted to exercise greater control on the Khoja community on religious and property matters. As a result, some prominent Khojas reacted, which led to their excommunication from the Jamaat and ultimately the emergence of two groups in the Karachi Khoja community. One group, known as the Punjabis, obediently followed the dictates of the Aga Khan as the Imam. The name Punjabi means a brother shaking hand, where the followers of the Aga Khan would only shake hands with each other and refuse to shake hands with the dissidents. The dissenting group was known as the Pirai, who refused to acknowledge the Aga Khan as Imam and had stopped paying dues called dasond levied to the followers of the Aga Khan. The name Pirai comes from the place called Pir, the Sindhi name of the place where the taboot for azar rituals was stored. These wooden taboot exist till today in the Kharadar area of Karachi. Hitherto, all Khojas had actively participated in the Muharram rituals. So when the Aga Khan forbade, amongst other ancient rituals, the practice of azadari, the Pirai faction refused to abandon the practice. Amongst the dissenters was an activist by the name of Lalan Ali Dina. On 2nd March 1876, Lalan was attacked with a knife whilst returning from a majlis and was seriously wounded. In his turban, Lalan had a tasbih, and as a result of the blow on his head, the rosary beads scattered and may have helped him to survive. This incident propelled Lalan and the community to establish a new imambara in Kharadar, where like-minded members of the Khoja community resided. On 28 February 1878, Lalan was walking near the Denso Hall in what is now known as Muhammad Ali Jinnah Road when a gunshot rang out and Lalan fell down mortally wounded. A young Hindu named Thalia Shivji mustered courage to apprehend the assailant and arrange for Lalan to be taken to the hospital. 2 hours later, Lalan Ali Dina succumbed to his injuries and sadly breathed his last. And thus, the Karachi Khoja community offered the first Shaheed of the Khoja community.
Al Abbas Islamic Center in Birmingham is excited about the construction of its new center. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous center. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a center that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in place, with the brickwork and roofing being completed. The internal partitions for all the rooms and halls across the building are now being developed. The project is expected to complete in the next 12 to 18 months. The estimated cost of the project is £10 million. We have £4 million left to raise. Please support us so that we can realize our dream of building our new center.
The island of Zanzibar has produced many illustrious personalities of the Khoja Shia Itnashiri community. One such legendary figure was Haji Ali Nattu. Born in Nagalpur, Kutch in 1871, Ali Nathu arrived in Zanzibar at the tender age of 15. With integrity and honesty, he worked his way to become one of the most successful merchants of his time, whose simplicity and philanthropy was exemplary. At the time, the emerging Khoja Shia Itnashiri community faced great opposition and threats from powerful members of the Ismaili Khoja community in setting up a mosque in Zanzibar. The community persisted and established the first ever mosque built by the Khoja Shia Itnashiri community, known as the Quwwatul Islam Mosque, also known as Junni Masjid. Haji Ali Nathu donated the entire first floor of Junni Masjid and served as the president of the Quwwatul Islam Jamaat for 28 years. It is said that after the First World War, as the British coffers were running low, Ali Nathu was once approached by the Zanzibar British resident for a donation. Without hesitation, he promptly offered a blank cheque to be filled in by the British resident. This magnanimous act of generosity resulted in the British government offering to bestow upon Ali Nathu a knighthood with the coveted title of Sir. With humility and love for the Ahlul Bayt, Haji Ali Nathu declined the offer of knighthood. Instead, he asked for the people of Zanzibar to be granted 2 annual public holidays, the 10th of Muharram to mark Ashura and the 21st of Shahru Ramadan to mark the Shahadat of Imam Ali alayhi salam. Here was a man willing to forego personal glory and instead honor the Ahlul Bayt. The British government accepted his proposal and declared the day of Ashura and 21st Shahru Ramadan as public holidays in Zanzibar and Pemba from 1920 onwards. This tradition continued under the reign of the Sultan for over 44 years until 1964. After the first year of the Zanzibar Revolution, sadly the 2 public holidays were abolished. During his life in Zanzibar, Ali Nathu was fondly called as Ali Manoti, a man with banknotes. He was known to carry a lot of cash whenever he went out and habitually gave away a bunch of notes to the poor and the needy. Haji Ali Nathu passed away after a short illness on 28 March 1957 in Zanzibar at the age of 86 and was buried at the Khoja Shia Itnashiri Qabristan near Raha Leo. Sadly, the graves were demolished and the Qabristan was flattened by the Zanzibar Revolutionary Government just a few years after the 1964 revolution in Zanzibar. Legend has it that it was Pir Sadruddin who gave the Khojas their name and a path called Satpand, an admixture of Hindu and Muslim mystical concepts. It was not until the early 19th century that the identity further crystallized into Khoja Ismaili, Khoja Sunni, and Khoja Ithna Ashari. An insight into two cases in courts of British India demonstrate how these identities evolved from a caste identity to a faith identity, when two British judges gave exactly opposite judgments in just 24 years. The first case, in 1842, revolved around inheritance. Haji Mir Ali was a Khoja merchant whose wealth was estimated to be 300,000 rupees. Upon his death, surviving him were his wife Sonbai and two daughters from a previous marriage who also claimed their share of inheritance. The conundrum for the British judge Erskine Perry was, are Khojas Hindu or Muslim? The implication was clear. If a daughter is considered to be Hindu, then she will not inherit from her father, and if she was a Muslim, she was entitled to her father's inheritance. The judge ruled that based on Khoja custom, any share of their father's property at his death meant that Hindu, not Muslim, laws of inheritance applied. Hence the daughters could not inherit. Then, just after 24 years, in 1866, in the celebrated case known as the Aga Khan case, there was dispute about the assets of the Jamaat. The plaintiffs were wealthy Khojas who had donated large sums to the Jamaat. They argued that the Jamaat Khana property belonged to the Jamaat, while the lawyer representing the Aga Khan argued that the property belonged to the Aga Khan. The court held that the Aga Khan was the authoritative head of the community and entitled to the property. In his famous judgment, he said, "It is a sect of people whose ancestors were Hindu in origin, which has converted to and has throughout abided in the faith of the Shia Imami Ismailis, which has always been and still is bound by ties of spiritual allegiance to the heritage Imams of the Ismailis." This verdict was the exact opposite to that of Erskine Perry. This about-turn helps us visualize the shifting sands of British justice during the British Raj, which continue to impact the subcontinent till today. What is more important is that a British judge who had no knowledge of the ancient Satpanthi beliefs of the Khojas, nor awareness of the cultural nuances of a community tied through centuries of kinship, ignorantly sealed the fate of the Khoja community, narrowing the syncretic Satpanthi tradition to that of the Ismaili path. Indeed, a close scrutiny of the evidence presented in the 1866 case helps us reframe the popular narrative by modern academics that the transition from Satpanthi tradition was to the Ismaili path and subsequently branching to Sunni and Ithna Ashari. This is not the case. Rather, this evolution was not linear, but a simultaneous fragmentation into three groups: Ismaili, Ithna Ashari, and Sunni. All happened during the era of the British Raj, and that is how the Khoja Shia Ithna Ashari identity came to be. As members of a transnational community, today Khojas are spread all over the world, excelling in diverse professions and businesses. This trait of seeking fortunes beyond India and traversing continents was pioneered by many adventurous souls in our history. Fazil Qasim Chenna is one such illustrious figure who traversed several countries in an era when travel was much more arduous than just hopping on a 777 Dreamliner. Born in 1877, as a young man, Fazil Bhai Qasim Chennai decided to venture beyond his birthplace, Surat, ending up with a job in Rangoon, current-day Myanmar. Facing hurdles there, both cultural and financial, he was able to find a better paid job in Japan with a famous trading house. Though he tried to settle in this new country, its strange culture and absence of socio-religious interactions forced him to return to Surat. This time he joined in a business with creative Chinese artisan who bought melted candy at throwaway prices, recycling them and selling them for a handsome profit. As he matured, Fazil Bhai, a gregarious and fun-loving man, quickly forged close relationship with the Nawab of Surat. He was regularly invited by the Nawab on his hunting trips with all the fun and frivolity that went on in the Nawab's retinue in those days. Concerned about this influence, and upon advice from another Madagascar stalwart, Sharif Bhai Surti, his father Qasim Bhai decided to send his son to Madagascar. In 1893, Fazil Bhai travelled to Madagascar, and upon landing at the Diego Suarez port, he started working at Sharif Bhai Surti's company. In 1895, when Madagascar came under French rule, Fazil Bhai quickly gained influence with French government officials due to his sociable nature and PR skills, and had his own successful enterprises. As he prospered, he liked to live in real style and had the most impressive bungalow in Majunga at the time. There was no electricity in town, but he had a generator which, amongst other things, allowed him to entertain his fellow businessmen and government officials by organizing movies at his home, a rare treat in those days. Fazil Bhai's business acumen and foresight was impressive. He was the first person to introduce rickshaws in Diego Suarez, as well as the Indian-style carts throughout Madagascar. During the war between Russia and Japan, he used to supply food to the military at Nosy Bay port. It is remarkable that he had enough influence with the authorities that he managed to travel by submarine between Majunga and Nosy Bay to oversee his businesses. Along with another long-time resident of Majunga, Shamji Qasim Kachera, he successfully helped establish an Indian school, teaching Gujarati in the morning and French in the afternoon. Fazil Bhai's successful fundraising initiatives for the French during the First World War earned him many a testimonial from the French. Sadly, in 1956, as the French government was preparing to award the prestigious Légion d'honneur award to Fazil Bhai, he passed away on the 9th of Muharram, 1376, 16th August, 1956.
Some men leave behind stories, others leave behind movements. Mullah Asghar was more than a scholar, more than a leader. He was the architect of a vision, a force that still moves us today.
Community at a level of humanity. He was a man who made an impact, he was a man with a mission, and he was a man who, when he set his mind to do something for the community, he was actually able to accomplish it.
અમે એ વખતે એજ્યુકેશનનું સર્વે કર્યું કે 1990ના અંદર અમારી એક પણ દીકરી હાઈસ્કૂલમાં નહોતી અને એક પણ છોકરો કોલેજમાં નહોતો. બાકી એના પહેલાં 3 ડૉક્ટર સાહેબ, હું અને એક બીજા એક ભાઈ, એ 3 જણા ગ્રેજ્યુએટ હતા. એના પછી આ 5 વર્ષના અંદર એના 90ની સ્થાપના.
On behalf of all of you and on my behalf, I say, Assalamu alaikum, Ya Amir al-Mu'min.
On a fateful night in January 1969, a wealthy Khoja businessman in Basra, Iraq, had just finished his suhoor rituals and was awaiting to offer his Fajr prayers when he was hauled Gestapo-style by agents of the brutal Ba'athist government of Iraq and put in a dungeon. Saddam Hussein was then the interior minister. This was a well-known social worker, Abdul Hussein Jeta Gokul, who always had a particularly soft corner for his fellow Khoja pilgrims to the shrines in Najaf and Karbala. Initially, he opened his house to them, to the rich and poor, who stopped at Basra on their way to Najaf and Karbala. At the time, the only means of transport was by ship to Basra. To serve them even better, Abdul Hussein established a Musafir Khana for pilgrims in Basra. It meant a lot to the Khoja pilgrims from the subcontinent and Africa that if they were ever stranded, they could get assistance from Abdul Hussein Gokul. Subsequently, Faiz Husseini, a community trust in Mumbai with contributions from philanthropists of Africa and India, built other Musafir Khanas in Najaf, Karbala and Kadmain, and it was Abdul Hussein Jeta Gokul who spent considerable time and effort in managing these Musafir Khanas. Abdul Hussein had migrated from Karachi to Basra in 1918, when Iraq came under the tutelage of the British rule with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. It was the family patriarch Jeta Gokul who had established a thriving shipping business in Basra, chartering vessels from Mumbai and Karachi to Iraq and Gulf ports. Later, his sons Qasim Ali, Abdul Hussein, and Ghulam Ali expanded into export and import of commodities, particularly dates, from around the regions of Karbala and Najaf. After his arrest, the Ba'athist regime falsely charged Abdul Hussein along with a number of Iraqis for being Israeli spies. In particular, Abdul Hussein was charged for his purported involvement in the transfer of
One, two. 1, 2. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Even when it's on, it sounds okay. Like, there's none of that background hiss. Okay.
A man born in 1880 in a poor Khoja family in a small town called Amreli in Gujarat remains an unsung Khoja hero. His struggles and principled stance in an era when the Khoja community faced an identity crisis has been nothing short of monumental. A contemporary to the likes of Allama Haji Naji, he seems to have faded from the history of the community, which itself is a huge irony given that he wrote over 100 books, majority on Khoja culture and history. Yet, not many know the name of Edalji Danji Kawa, and even if they do, he merely appears as a footnote in articles and speeches about Khoja history. Starting his education in a small town school in Amreli, Gujarat, he had to run small errands to help pay for the books because his father could just about pay the fees. It is remarkable that he ended up as a formidable principled teacher in the very school he was almost dismissed from because he could not afford the fees. The teaching career made him a social activist against the corrupt education system of his time. As a poor man, he had no fear of speaking the truth to power, when he could easily have enriched himself by joining the uneducated elite and used his sharp intellect and literary skills to establish himself as part of that establishment. Instead, he lost his teaching career because of his upright stand and somehow meandered into magazine publishing through sheer coincidence when he met two Memon gentlemen who were activists and writers in the Memon community. Now this budding writer, who was very much in the eye of the storm as the Khoja community was transforming itself from the long-held Satpan belief into Ismaili and Itnashri communities, began to pen articles and later books challenging the notions perpetrated by the Mumbai-based British judges that the Khojas had always been Ismaili. To counter that, in 1912, he was inspired to pen Khoja Qomni Tawarik, outlining the history of the Khojas. The Khoja Ismaili community saw this as a major rebuttal to their narrative and thus began a series of counter-narratives to challenge Edilji. A prolific writer, he returned the compliment by a 6-part publication called Khoja Pand Darpan. Edilji's versatility and acumen also enabled him to capture in Gujarati all the major court cases between the two factions. The minute details and the sheer volume of meticulous recording of the Barbaya case, the Aga Khan case, the Mova Commission case, amongst others, is a feat worth appreciating given the paucity of resources, both financial and human. Even more, for a man who never went to college, no law school, no journalism school, had no formal religious education, his publishing prowess was nothing short of spectacular. Edilji Danji Kaba passed away in 1925. It is remarkable that he managed to accomplish what a fully fledged institution may not have in the short span of 45 years. Yet he died a poor man, some say for the want of adequate medications on his last years. He lay in a dilapidated grave in Amreli until the World Federation Khoja Heritage Project had the grave restored and declared as a Khoja Heritage Site, which now is a regular stop in the annual Khoja Heritage Tour.
Rahim. On this blessed day of Jummah, we stand outside in the vicinity of the most iconic masjid of the Khoja in Mumbai. And on this street between the masjid, which is on my right, and towards here, there is a special plan which is brewing. The plan is that in the center of Mumbai, where our community lies, a dialysis clinic can be made. The dialysis clinic is instrumental and could be a lifeline for specific people because in this vicinity there does not exist a dialysis clinic. It is my great honor that I'm here with Pramukh Sahab Ali Akbar Bhai of the Mumbai Jamaat President, as well as the President of Dar es Salaam Jamaat Muhammad Raza Bhai. And we can see that the need is exceptional, the vision is fantastic, and our support for this is not our own, but all together, inshallah. Ahsantum, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Just to update everybody that this proposal has been discussed with Honorable President Safdar Bhai Jafar, and he was also quite positive about this whole thing, and we've been discussing for about 6 months or so, but now it looks like this will materialize very soon, inshallah. So પ્રમુખ સાહેબ લોકો અહીંયા હતા તો એમની હાજરીમાં મેં આ ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી લઈ લીધી અને એમને આ જગા દેખાડી અને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ મસ્જિદના બાજુમાં જ છે. So they become my advocates at the ExCo to push it, inshallah.
And this is a great opportunity that the relief and the charity vehicle of the Khojas, which is WF Aid, has an opportunity to have presence here. But the dialysis can be a sadaqah jariyah, inshallah. Sadaqah jariyah means that people can come, but the facility is here for many. How many people's life will we say? Inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Thank you.
Rahman Rahim. What has been spoken here, yes, we've seen it with our eyes. And I was talking to the WF President Pramukh Safdar Bhai Jafar. He wants to do something in India. And inshallah, definitely the ExCo is coming up in Dar es Salaam. We will advocate for it, and we are for it.
The nascent Khoja community at the turn of the 20th century was well served by local preachers, fondly known as mullahs and mulyanis. We remain ever grateful to these selfless individuals for laying a strong foundation and instilling religious values as the community grappled with its birthing pains in defining itself as a Khoja Shia Itnashari community. One such figure was an illustrious lady instrumental in changing our perception of faith and who remains almost enigmatic in the records of Khoja history. When asked about her impact, those who knew her chorused. She changed the concept about the majalis held in the month of Muharram. She made the mimbar an educational platform. Born as Kulsum Ghulam Hussain Qasim Adat in 1899 in Kutch, she lost her mother at the young age of 8 and later moved to Zanzibar with her father. Upon her marriage to Muhammad Jafar Jan Muhammad, she moved to the island of Pemba. Tragedy struck yet again as her husband passed on just 7 months after the wedding, while she bore her daughter Zainab, born in 1914. It is noteworthy that as a child her father had kept a tutor for her, after which, largely self-taught, she founded a madrasa, teaching Quran, Urdu, Gujarati, reading and writing to the children. She also opened a night school for ladies of the community. She remarried to Abdullah Khimji in 1932, requesting her mahar to be the payment of her debts and the permission to do tabligh. Thus, now she became known simply as Mrs. Khimji to the many she impacted as she traveled to several parts of Africa reciting majalis in Kutchi and Gujarati. Her insightful eulogies about the events of the day of Ashura became lessons in faith, and her reach became even wider with interfaith gatherings and Muharram processions. In true pastoral style, she was not only a mulyani but also a counselor and a matchmaker. When confined to bed because of a back injury, she compiled a book of her majalis and a book on the life of Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam called Sharikatul Hussain, dedicating it to her husband. She was astute enough to use a pen name, Mahzoon, maximizing her chances of getting articles published at a time when it wasn't easy for a woman to get published in the Gujarati magazine. Mrs. Khimji, along with a few other women, established Mehfil Abbas in Dar es Salaam. This was a space for women run by women. They fundraised for the building and ran the building on their own terms. Each woman had a role to play at the Mehfil. The Africa Federation awarded her the Fatimi Medal, recognizing her services to the women of the community. Mrs. Khimji passed away on 18th Ramadan 1396, September 1976, and is buried in Dar es Salaam. Allama Haji Naji's publishing success did not come without scrutiny when he wanted to publish the Holy Quran in Gujarati transliteration. He faced stiff opposition from powerful members of the community. The religious tradition of the time dictated that the words of the Quran can only be in Arabic. Ever the pragmatist, Haji Naji invited some of his opponents to his house, asking them to bring their business ledgers with them. When they arrived, Haji Naji asked them to open the ledgers to the first page. On the opening page, as was customary, they had inscribed Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim in Gujarati text. Haji Naji asked, if it was acceptable to write Bismillah in Gujarati, then why would it be improper to print the whole Quran in Gujarati? His guests relented, and Haji Naji was able to publish the Quran in Gujarati. Haji Naji was born on 28th Safar 1297 in Gujarat to Ismail Bai and Jan Bai. His fundamental work of tabligh included publishing nearly 400 books in Gujarati and the renowned monthly magazine called Rahe-Najat, which continued for over a century. Rahe-Najat went far beyond Gujarat and was a major influence in the emerging Khoja Shia Itnashiri communities of Africa, Muscat, Burma, and elsewhere where the Khojas migrated. His personal life was truly an inspiration of faith and practice. It was in 1351 after Hijrah that his printing press caught fire in the middle of the night, facing a colossal loss of 50,000 Indian rupees, equivalent to approximately 4.2 million rupees today. When being consoled, Haji Naji said, "After every 40 days, a mu'min is tested." In those days, with the trials and tribulations that the Hoja community had to endure, Haji Naji and others faced many social and economic challenges to remain on the path of Ahlul Bayt. The question for us today is, are we as steadfast in our faith if we had to undergo such hardships?
There's a famous hadith from Imam Ali alayhi salam. Says, "Ma anzal al-maut manzilahu man adda ghadan min ajali." He who counts tomorrow to be from his lifetime has not given death its rightful place. In every life, the final journey arrives, a moment that equalizes all, a moment that returns us to our Creator. Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. Every soul shall taste death. Imam Ali alayhi salam says, "Verily there is a shield over me in the form of my appointed time of death, which protects me, so when my day comes, it relieves itself of me and surrenders me to death. At this time the arrow will not miss its target, and the wound will not fail." In these final moments, our community stands together side by side, heart to heart, to honor the dignity of the one returning home. From the deathbed to the grave, every step is taken with compassion, responsibility, and faith. In these quiet places where we bow, we remember the one to whom we return.
It was in the year 1872, Mullah Qadir Hussain, who was under the tutelage of
14
Ayatollah
hours.
Zain al-Abidin Mazandarani in Karbala and was conducting lessons for a Hoja by the name of Nur Muhammad from Mumbai. One day, upon describing the merits of Imam Ali alayhi salam, Nur Muhammad asserted, "Hojas believe that Hazrat Ali is God." Mullah Qadir was stunned to hear this. Nur Muhammad continued, "Hojas believe that Hazrat Ali is the 10th incarnation of God and Aga Khan is the 46th incarnation of Hazrat Ali or God." Mullah admonished Nur Muhammad, "It is bad to label somebody with something that he is not, so repent for your false belief." Nur Muhammad pleaded with his mentor, "But it is the faith of the Hojas." Next morning, Mullah took Nur Muhammad to Ayatollah Zain al-Abidin and narrated the account of the Hoja's Satpanthi beliefs. A year later, in 1873, Mullah Qadir Hussain met a group of Hoja pilgrims. He learned that these Zuwar had initially set out to go to Makkah for Hajj, but had instead arrived in Karbala. Amongst the new arrivals was Devji Bhai Jamal, a prominent businessman and Hoja leader. Mullah asked Devji Bhai, "You just said that you left Zanzibar for Hajj. Then how did you come here?" In reply to the question, Devji Bhai simply said, "Fate." Mullah begged, "I don't understand your replies. Tell me plainly, why did you not go for Hajj and come here instead?" "We have heard," responded Devji Bhai, "that the pilgrimage of Makkah earns the divine reward of only one Hajj, while the pilgrimage to Karbala earns the divine reward of 70 Hajj." Mullah Qadir explained, "Hajj is obligatory upon every individual of means, while the pilgrimage to Karbala is voluntary." Devji Bhai said, We Khojas are ignorant of such matters. Come with us and teach us, he requested Mullah Qadir Hussain. Mullah declined. I left my home to improve my hereafter, and therefore I'm not desirous of going anywhere. When Ayatollah Mazandarani came to know of this, he told Mullah Qadir, an ignorant man seeks guidance from you and you deny the guidance? It is my suggestion that you should go. For a week, Mullah resisted. Finally, he asked Ayatollah Mazandarani to perform istikhara. Ayatollah said, "Do you see istikhara for offering namaz or performing hajj?" suggesting subtly that it had now become wajib upon Mullah Qadir to go. Thus, Mullah Qadir Hussain arrived in Mumbai in 1874, and his arrival became the first milestone in the journey of faith of the Khoja Shia Itnashiri community. The building called Madrasa of Mullah Qadir in Dongri is living testimony of the Tabligh efforts of Mullah Qadir Hussain.
Land into homes and homes into thriving communities. In a major step towards community upliftment, the World Federation of KSIMC facilitated the purchase of land for the establishment of a Khoja Shia Ithnashri community village off the superhighway in Karachi. Covering an area of approximately 36 acres and valued at $3.1 million, this investment embodies a long-term vision for sustainable and thriving communities. This land will provide the foundation for a residential space, mosque, Imam Bargah, school, hospital, university campus, commercial blocks, and much, much more, built to serve generations to come. Creating homes, shaping God-cognizant and spiritual communities, building futures.
Of the 14,000 inhabitants of Karachi in the mid-19th century, there were just a few hundred Khojas. Yet they were amongst the dominant business and civic leaders in the Karachi society of that era. Predominantly of Sindhi origin, the Khoja community of Karachi also had Kachi Khojas, who had migrated to Karachi after the 1819 earthquake and subsequently after famines which occurred at the end of the 18th century and beginning of the 19th. Soon after the arrival of Hassan Ali Shah, the first Aga Khan on Indian soil in 1843, he attempted to exercise greater control on the Khoja community on religious and property matters. As a result, some prominent Khojas reacted, which led to their excommunication from the Jamaat and ultimately the emergence of two groups in the Karachi Khoja community. One group, known as the Punjabis, obediently followed the dictates of the Aga Khan as the Imam. The name Punjabi means a brother shaking hand, where the followers of the Aga Khan would only shake hands with each other and refuse to shake hands with the dissidents. The dissenting group was known as the Pirai, who refused to acknowledge the Aga Khan as Imam and had stopped paying dues called dasond levied to the followers of the Aga Khan. The name Pirai comes from the place called Pir, the Sindhi name of the place where the taboot for azar rituals was stored. These wooden taboot exist till today in the Kharadar area of Karachi. Hitherto, all Khojas had actively participated in the Muharram rituals. So when the Aga Khan forbade, amongst other ancient rituals, the practice of azadari, the Pirai faction refused to abandon the practice. Amongst the dissenters was an activist by the name of Lalan Ali Dina. On 2nd March 1876, Lalan was attacked with a knife whilst returning from a majlis and was seriously wounded. In his turban, Lalan had a tasbih, and as a result of the blow on his head, the rosary beads scattered and may have helped him to survive. This incident propelled Lalan and the community to establish a new Imambara in Kharadar, where like-minded members of the Khoja community resided. On 28 February 1878, Lalan was walking near the Denso Hall in what is now known as Muhammad Ali Jinnah Road when a gunshot rang out and Lalan fell down mortally wounded. A young Hindu named Thalia Shivji mustered courage to apprehend the assailant and arrange for Lalan to be taken to the hospital. 2 hours later, Lalan Ali Dina succumbed to his injuries and sadly breathed his last. And thus, the Karachi Khoja community offered the first Shaheed of the Khoja community.
Islamic Center in Birmingham is excited about the construction of its new center. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous center. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a center that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in place, with the brickwork and roofing being completed. The internal partitions for all the rooms and halls across the building are now being developed. The project is expected to complete in the next 12 to 18 months. The estimated cost of the project is £10 million. We have £4 million left to raise. Please support us so that we can realize our dream of building our new centre.
The island of Zanzibar has produced many illustrious personalities of the Khoja Shia Itnashiri community. One such legendary figure was Haji Ali Nakhtu. Born in Nagalpur, Kutch in 1871, Ali Nakhtu arrived in Zanzibar at the tender age of 15. With integrity and honesty, he worked his way to become one of the most successful merchants of his time, whose simplicity and philanthropy was exemplary. At the time, the emerging Khoja Shia Itnashiri community faced great opposition and threats from powerful members of the Ismaili Khoja community in setting up a mosque in Zanzibar. The community persisted and established the first ever mosque built by the Khoja Shia Itnashiri community, known as the Quwwatul Islam Mosque, also known as Junni Masjid. Haji Ali Nakhtu donated the entire first floor of Junni Masjid and served as the president of the Quwwatul Islam Jamaat for 28 years. It is said that after the First World War, as the British coffers were running low, Ali Nakhtu was once approached by the Zanzibar British resident for a donation. Without hesitation, he promptly offered a blank check to be filled in by the British resident. This magnanimous act of generosity resulted in the British government offering to bestow upon Ali Nakhtu a knighthood with the coveted title of Sir. With humility and love for the Ahlul Bayt, Haji Ali Nakhtu declined the offer of knighthood. Instead, he asked for the people of Zanzibar to be granted 2 annual public holidays, the 10th of Muharram to mark Ashura and the 21st of Shahru Ramadan to mark the Shahadat of Imam Ali alayhi salam. Here was a man willing to forego personal glory and instead honor the Ahlul Bayt. The British government accepted his proposal and declared the day of Ashura and 21st Shahru Ramadan as public holidays in Zanzibar and Pemba from 1920 onwards. This tradition continued under the reign of the Sultan for over 44 years until 1964. After the first year of the Zanzibar Revolution, sadly the two public holidays were abolished. During his life in Zanzibar, Ali Nathu was fondly called as Ali Manoti, a man with banknotes. He was known to carry a lot of cash whenever he went out and habitually gave away a bunch of notes to the poor and the needy. Haji Ali Nathu passed away after a short illness on 28 March 1957 in Zanzibar at the age of 86 and was buried at the Khoja Shia Idnashi Qabristan near Rahaleo. Sadly, the graves were demolished and the Qabristan was flattened by the Zanzibar Revolutionary Government just a few years after the 1964 revolution in Zanzibar. Legend has it that it was Pir Sadruddin who gave the Khojas their name and a path called Satpant, an admixture of Hindu and Muslim mystical concepts. It was not until the early 19th century that the identity further crystallized into Khoja Ismaili, Khoja Sunni, and Khoja Itna Ashari. An insight into two cases in courts of British India demonstrate how these identities evolved from a caste identity to a faith identity, when two British judges gave exactly opposite judgments in just 24 years. The first case, in 1842, revolved around inheritance. Haji Mir Ali was a Khoja merchant whose wealth was estimated to be 300,000 rupees. Upon his death, surviving him were his wife Sonbai and two daughters from a previous marriage who also claimed their share of inheritance. The conundrum for the British judge Erskine Perry was, are Khojas Hindu or Muslim? The implication was clear. If a daughter is considered to be Hindu, then she will not inherit from her father, and if she was a Muslim, she was entitled to her father's inheritance. The judge ruled that based on Khoja custom, any share of their father's property at his death meant that Hindu, not Muslim, laws of inheritance applied. Hence the daughters could not inherit. Then, just after 24 years, in 1866, in the celebrated case known as the Aga Khan case, there was dispute about the assets of the Jamaat. The plaintiffs were wealthy Khojas who had donated large sums to the Jamaat. They argued that the Jamaat Khana property belonged to the Jamaat, while the lawyer representing the Aga Khan argued that the property belonged to the Aga Khan. The court held that the Aga Khan was the authoritative head of the community and entitled to the property. In his famous judgment, he said, "It is a sect of people whose ancestors were Hindu."
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Inshallah, we make a start, Mu'mineen. Welcome back after lunch. We thank our hosts for spoiling us over the last 3 days, but more about that later, inshallah. The next item on the agenda is the Treasury update. I would like to invite our honorary treasurers, Alhaj Sajjad Bhai Rajan, who will be assisted by Honorary Assistant Treasurer Alhaj Mohsin Bhai Musa. Please welcome them both with another loud Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My brothers and sisters, elders of the community, Assalamu alaikum. I was told when the treasurer is absent for the first 2 days of the ExCo, a few alarms start running. So I'm hoping my attendance here today will settle those nerves. That reminded me that treasury in a charity is a bit like plumbing in this center. If it's working well, nobody notices it. If it fails, everyone starts noticing it, and very quickly. It is therefore an honor and privilege to present the Treasury report for our charity here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. This is the city where I grew up, and it's always nice to return. Despite the changes over the last 20 years, one constant has always been the people, the beaches, and the vibe, and of course, not to forget the food. Dar will always retain a very special place in my heart. So as I explained, today is really about making sure the plumbing is working correctly, quietly and responsibly, so that the real work of the charity can continue without interruption. The report will provide a summary of our financial performance for 2024 and 2025, and will be presented jointly by myself and Brother Mohsin Musa. I'm pleased to report that 2024 financials were audited and signed off with a clean, unmodified audit opinion with no matters raised. In line with previous years, we'll begin with an overview of income and expenditure. I'll cover the first few slides, and Brother Mohsin Musa will then take you through the foundation fund, the secretariat and departmental performance, and finally, our compliance updates. Speaking of which, I'm pleased to share that we've carried out another internal audit this year, this time focusing on corporate governance, which you'll hear about shortly. Before we look at the donation summary, let me briefly explain what we've changed in our reporting this year. As in previous ExCos, we are presenting the full audited numbers for 2024. For 2025, we are showing actuals for the first 10 months up to October 2025. But we recognize that when presenting in February, those numbers can feel a little bit outdated. So this year, following discussions with yourselves, the ExCo, we've introduced a compromise. We've asked our trusted accountant, drawing on 30 years of WF experience to project how the full 2025 year is expected to close. So there you'll see those projections shown in a striped shading graphic on the slides. So let's begin with the numbers. In 2024, the total income finished just under £16 million. For 2025, we initially projected just under 17 million, as you'll see on the third graph at the bottom there, having already reached 14.6 million with 2 months remaining. I'm pleased to say, hot off the press, the latest figures now show total income for 2025 exceeding 18 million. And of course, the largest components continue to be WF aid and COMS, together accounting for over 60% of our income. Turning to expenditure, expenditure total spend for 2024 closed at 15.3 million. At the 10-month mark in 2025, actual expenditure stood at 12.8 million. We had forecasted total expenditure for 2025 at 16.1 million, and the final figures now show we closed at 16.4 million. As with income, the largest proportion spend relates to WF aid and COMS, accounting for, again, around 60%, broadly in line with the funds received, although the proportion varies slightly. So to recap, we forecasted 17 million of income and exceeded to 18 million. We forecasted 16.1 million of expenditure and closed at just under 16.4 million. What does that tell us? We can control our expenditure, but you, the donors, the community, control our income. If we move on to community projects, essentially this slide is to give you a highlight of projects where WF is contributing to benefit the local community, infrastructure, for example, building of mosques or centers. And because these usually involve support towards an asset, it is very closely monitored by our legal and compliance team. So in 2024, over £1 million spent, fairly spread out across various projects. In 2025, over 1.5 million spent, dominated by funding towards the Dar es Salaam Madrasa building. Hey, I didn't write these numbers. These are what the facts show. This hasn't changed much in our forecasted amounts for the year, except there were some additional projects that came towards the back end of the year. And finally, for me, now let's look at the disbursement of WF aid funds. Carrying out humanitarian work is always a strong facet of the WF. Total amount disbursed in 2024 was 5.4 million, and for 2025, this is expected to be just under £6 million. Largest spend in both years has been Ramadan relief, which is one of WF's flagship projects. As this focused during Ramadan, as we progress into the year, the percentage of Ramadan relief drops as it makes lesser proportion of the total, hence why you'll see on the third pie chart, Ramadan relief is a lower proportion. Coming in a close second is emergency relief. Naturally, this also makes up a significant proportion of WF aid's disbursements. With that, let me hand you over to Brother Mohsin Musa, who will take you through the rest of the report. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. In the interest of time, I'll quickly continue with the next slide covering our foundation fund. As you can see in the slide, we continue to see steady year-on-year growth. However, you would have noticed a slight reduction in the growth of the yield in 2025. This was mainly due to unexpected repairs and maintenance required in some of the flats and commercial units. There were also some residential units which were vacant for a certain period, which has marginally impacted the results. You would have also noticed that the funds available for investment this year are significantly larger, as we have transferred £500,000 from our general fund. This is in line with our aim to expand our portfolio which alhamdulillah is now gradually coming to realization. Although it's not part of the foundation fund, but as President alluded to on Friday, alhamdulillah, with your support and dua, we are in final stage of completion of acquiring a commercial property in England, which will form part of a donor-designated endowment fund. The next two slides relate to Secretariat income and expenditure, which compare 10 months of actual versus 10 months budget for 2025, and also compare with 2024 actuals, whereas the 12 months projected numbers are presented in aggregate basis. On the income side, as you can see, we received approximately £600,000 in the first 10 months of the year towards our internal expenditure. The key highlight here are, compared to 2024, the full year income of 2025 is down by about 25%, which is mainly due to reduction in the gifts and donations. However, we have largely been able to contain the adverse impact with higher interest income and gift aid claims. Despite interest rates in the UK saw cuts in 2025, we were able to maintain the growth in interest income with effective cash flow management. Also, we have made concerted efforts working closely with the Secretariat to maintain growth in gift aid inflows. The next slide relates to Secretariat expenditure. For 2025 so far, the underlying point is that on aggregate basis, we are 10% under budget, but about 30% higher compared to 2024, which is reflective of the fact that our activities are steadily expanding year on year, and we still have unfulfilled aspirations to achieve in 2026. I'll briefly talk about the significant variances, starting with the employees' cost. As you can see, salaries are one of our largest costs. One of the main reasons for the large variance is that we are still in the process to recruit for a senior leadership position in the WF, which are needed for the day-to-day operations and management of the charity, thus enabling the trustees to focus more on strategic vision, direction, and oversight. Having said that, currently the workload is being shared by the senior-most members in the team. Secondly, regional support formed a significant part of the budget for 2025 at £185,000. However, some of the regions required additional support, which resulted in us actually accruing £300,000 under this category in 2025. The other significant variance relates to legal costs, which understandably is mainly caused by the ongoing process of the incorporation of the charity. Lastly, the IT expenditure has almost doubled compared to what we had budgeted for, and this is mainly because of the IT needs that have recently emerged. The main expenditure includes launch of our new website and related enhancements of our donation portal. Moving on to the departmental expenditure. The departmental spend is indicative of our increased activities. Overall, we are within budget. However, there are some key observations. The two main areas of our overspend are WF8 and MCE, which is reflective of the increased activities in these two areas. In 2025, we had hired 3 new members in WF8 and 2 in MCE. The underspend in Marcoms is because vacant manager position within the team, which is required to strengthen the work they do, and we are in the final stages of the recruitment for this position. This brings us to the end of the Treasury slides, and I'll now talk you through the valuable work that our legal and compliance team under Farhabhai and the team have done over the last 1 year. It was indeed encouraging to hear Ali Akbar Bhai Shroff yesterday commending Farhabhai and her team for the thorough diligence. This acknowledgement gives us even more impetus to continue enhancing our internal control and compliance framework. The contribution made by legal and compliance team can be broadly categorized in 3 parts. Firstly, the LNC team continues to provide strategic oversight, the LNC team remains our first port of call for any strategic initiative that we plan to undertake. Farabai and her team have played instrumental role in supporting the IRT team and is ensuring that required structural reforms are managed with robust oversight. Secondly, the team plays a very important role managing the operational and compliance risk, including data protection, compliance monitoring, and oversight of third-party relationships. Lastly, they continue to help us make this organization future-proof, ensuring that compliance and control mindset is fully embedded in our organizational structure through regular updates of our policies and procedures, including training of our teams. I'll now move on to the final part of this presentation, which is internal audit. As we have always said, the internal audit forms a very important part of our internal control and compliance framework. In 2025, TIAA, a third-party professional firm, carried out audit of our corporate governance structure. It was a far-reaching audit, and I would like to particularly thank the Secretariat team for their support during the course of audit. The scope included the review of governance, structure of the organization, decision-making, assessing the effectiveness of the oversight role of the trustees, including implementation of our policies and procedures. Overall, the audit report acknowledged the positive steps the organization and the trustees have taken to ensure enhancing the governance structure. There were no high or medium risk findings, but given the far-reaching nature of the audit, we had 7 low-risk findings and 3 best practice recommendations. The findings were mainly around incorporating certain best practices, elements in our constitution, and certain policies. That brings us to the end of the presentation, and thank you for listening. With the permission of the chair, we'll open the floor for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajad Bhai and Mohsin Bhai. We have Askar Bhai Basrawala. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So a couple of questions. Thank you for the lovely presentation. First of all, congratulations to the Treasury team. And a couple of questions with respect to the presentation. First of all, being whether we have an approved investment policy for all the investment decisions that we do for our funds. Firstly, we would like to know that. Other than that, if we go to the second slide, the Secretariat funding slide, there's a line item appearing as investment income that amounts to £150,000. So in the above slide, in the slide just before this, the investment income amounts to about 300K. So why is it less on the other side? And if we go to the prior year as well, we have earned about 300K. So why is it 150K appearing here? And there must be some reason for it. Also, if we have earned about 600K in 10 months, how are we projecting it to be about £1 million in the whole year, being just 2 months left? Because I assume we are also using an accrual method of accounting, and we accrue the income as we earn. So if we have earned about £600,000 in 10 months, how are we budgeting it to be £1 million in the 12 months? Other than that, we are seeing expansion, a higher gap in terms of funding and expenses of the Secretariat. So how do we intend to bridge it? Whether the Secretariat needs any reserves, like you have just mentioned, that we are pulling some general reserves. So what is the permanent fix that you are thinking of? We face similar situations in our Jamaats, in our federation, but we envision some plan for it. So what is the plan exactly of the Secretariat? So similarly, on the interest received side, we are seeing a similar amount being received as the last year. However, it was budgeted half of it. So that also, if you could answer it. Thank you. Thank you. Oscar bhai, thank you. Sajad bhai, shall I take a couple of questions and then you would like to answer together? Or? One more, yeah? Arif bhai?
Thank you. I first wanted to commend that it is a very clean, clear, and very, very in-time presentation. Really want to commend both the Honorary Treasurer and the Assistant Treasurer for a fantastic presentation. Really well done. I've got a few questions. Approximately, given your chart, but if we take 18 million as the number for the total monies raised, then that would be approximately £5.5 million of khums, which has been come in, and that must be a record number, which I think I heard. Which geographies do we receive the khums from? Do you have a breakdown, please? My second question, you have pie charts, which is called community projects. Can you please stipulate which of these are capital projects? Is New York, Orlando, and Dar es Salaam Madrasa capital projects, or are they non-khums and non-capital projects? And if so, what is the process for that? Number 3, for Ramadan relief, which is the so-called biggest cause or where you get income per year, in WF8 that is, do you have a country breakdown, geographical breakdown of where the fundraising comes from? Not where they are dispatched, but rather where they come from. Then on page 6, my final question for now, on page 61, there is a new strategic initiative which was budgeted as well as the sum expenditure on, but the expenditure was approximately a fifth of what was budgeted. Could you please explain what this new strategic initiative spend was on? Thank you.
So thanks for the comments and the mentions. We'll start with the first question on the investment policy. Yes, we do have an investment policy. We are in the process of expanding on it, but we have an investment policy that effectively works out whether something is worthwhile for us to investing in based on the return that it gives us. We have certain thresholds that it needs to meet. We look at the risk aspects of it, and then it goes through an internal Treasury committee that we've created that specifically works out whether it's a viable project or not. If it passes that, then it gets pushed to the stage 1 above, which is the OB meeting, whether we are in principle aligned to go ahead with it or not. Obviously, we won't go with any investment without doing due diligence and legal checks. But that's kind of in a snapshot of what the process is. In terms of the interest, ideally we do accrue, we do work on an accruals basis, but when interest generally, if it's in the same year, it's accounted for when it is received. So at the year end, we'll make some adjustments. But in this process, you'll find that the interest is more weighted towards the end of the year, hence why those numbers are more proportionally higher than in the first 10 months, if that makes sense. Yeah, so also the other point my colleague raises that investments also include the dividends that we received from our investment companies, and they're paid twice a year. So one around June, and the second amount comes into December. So again, that pushes up the second half, or the final month to be specific, higher than the 3/4 of the earlier part of the year.
And I think your question around how do we bridge the gap between income and expenditure, I think we are making a very real concerted efforts on gift aid, and inshallah that will form a significant part of our income going forward, inshallah.
With regards to the location of comms, I don't think we have that to hand, but certainly we can dig that up in the next I think my accountant friend here is saying that we'll do it on the next ExCo, but I'll see if I can work with him to come up with some sort of rough guide of what. Maybe you can specify, Arif Ali Bhai, what you want specific.
Yes, I think I spoke very slowly, not to be at all condescending at all. I spoke closely. I think those captured in the minutes will be very clear, and it's okay for next ExCo, no problem.
And the community projects question, just to clarify, they are all non-comms items. Yeah. You had a follow-up on that?
Could you repeat that again?
The community projects are all non-comms items.
So just to clarify that there is ijaza for Orlando, there is ijaza for New York, there is ijaza for these two projects, but majority, my understanding is, and again, the financials can say, majority of the donations received for all these projects are non-comms so far.
Thank you so much. Does that mean that these ijazas were given with or without capital project?
The Orlando ijaza was given through the Executive Council, as you know. We went through the process. Yes. Same thing with New York.
New York as well followed also the capital project route?
That's right.
Thank you.
The main item of the strategic initiative is the WF census. I think that's the only one that's kind of gone underway. There was R&D and various other elements of it that are beginning to commence, but it was the consensus that started, I think, back end of last year.
Thank you. So the only two questions is about the country breakdown for comms as well as Ramadan relief. Thank you.
Yeah, I think on Ramadan relief, we have a WF aid report, and I'm wondering whether we have a breakdown there or not. We need to, if it doesn't have it, then clearly we do have it. But I can summarize it with the experience that we have, that it covers Africa, and the bulk of it is East Africa, and Africa Federation's request for both Bilal and the community. Are you referring to that?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's the output where you expend it. The question is where it comes from.
Okay, get you.
Asante, thank you.
The bulk of the source is Europe, in my opinion, but we need to check.
So thank you. I have Akil Bahirji, followed by Rasul Bamani.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. 6 million hukuk funds, am I right? Collected? Okay. In this 6 million, is it collected by World Federation or it is designated for other capital project? Second question, the usage of hukuk funds by World Federation. During the conference in London, Pramukh Sahib, you have, when I asked imposed question this about Hukuk funds, that you said you are very transparent and you give all the statement, the income and the expenditure. So if you have that document, I would appreciate that. Because according to our constitution, clause number 20.7, do you want me to read? You want me to read? Religious obligation which states, in responsibility delegated by merger, the President in conjunction with the Executive Council shall have power to act on behalf of Federation to fulfill the religious obligation. However, in a financial matter such as receipt and disbursement of hukuk, of khums, and other religious dues, the normal financial rules of the Federation shall apply. Can you give me the clarification of this clause? I mean, do you get the approval from this this ExCo for using these funds or designating for specific areas? Or it is just the ijaza holder decides where to give?
Sure. Whilst the team is figuring out the exact numbers, 6 billion plus and minus, and the exact numbers will come. Let me explain to you the khums that we receive, first of all, before
Yes.
I answer. Keep in mind that with the Brampton Accord, Africa Federation's Sadat also comes through the World Federation, as you know, which goes to AGA. So that includes that. Half of it is Sadat, half of it is Imam. Half goes to AGA, half remains with us. And obviously the Africa Federation uses its portion, which you don't send. So that's one aspect to clear.
Just to interrupt, are you talking about 3 million Seme Sadat and 3?
Let them check the exact number. 50% of that goes to us.
It's 5.1 million for 2025.
5.1 million for 2025.
5.1. Is
Which
it
is a
divided
combination of Africa's Sadat, which goes to AGA, and our Sadat and Imam. Yes, correct. So from what Africa Federation sends, you probably have those numbers. We can reconfirm it. If you deduct that, then we are left with that, and then another 50% of ours goes to AGA. So we are left with probably around, less than 2 million. I don't know, we need to check. That's the real. Shabiba has experience. So plus and minus. Of that comes, so that is on average the collection that and most of it is spent in the work of Islamic education related tabligh activities.
So what about the capital project?
Yeah.
The ijaza which you are giving.
So the capital project, of course, where there is ijaza and where it is khums, it goes to the khums port and then it is reallocated to the capital projects. But as far as the current projects are concerned, as you can see, which slide is that, please? This one, yeah? Okay. So 2025, Ahmedabad Girls Hostel, no khums. Darussalam Madrasa, no khums. New York, so far the amount we have received is non-khums, and Orlando also no khums. Although the ijaza is there, we haven't yet, nobody has sent us khums specific for these projects. All of them have been non-khums.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have few questions, but give me time to go step by step. I haven't heard anything about Harefield. Is it going to be reported in this area, in this report, Treasury report?
Yeah, so we will be happy to, as we committed to you yesterday, we will be happy to answer your questions. Harefield, we can keep it to the end. So let's get the finance done, and then we come to Harefield.
Rasul Bhai.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the sentiments of the previous
Request you to bring your mic closer, please.
I echo the sentiments of the previous speakers about the effort, and thank you for that. Please forgive me in advance. I may not have looked at the holistic picture of the financial statements, so I may be ignorant of certain aspects, so please forgive me if I make any of those errors. The first couple of questions are based on yesterday's minutes, because I was told to adjourn them until the financial. Is that okay? Yeah? So I can bring those in. Page 46 of the minutes, a generous donation by Abid Bhai Hemani. I just heard you say that it's not the foundation fund, yeah? And at the last meeting, I think the chair suggested that 40 to 50% went to education, 20% went into health, 40% went into economic upliftment, and 10% was admin cost. Now, that fund, could you tell us how long has it been going for? Because it's a perpetual fund. And how much income have we received from that? Yeah? So that's the first question on that. The second question on page 46 of the minutes, I wasn't very clear what this is for, so I'd ask you to remind me, and then if you're able to then clarify what this is for. I think it's the last paragraph on that page. It says the chair has been in touch with a professional who will come up with a plan to optimize, keeping the risks under consideration, and put a plan together for the next ExCo, which is this ExCo, to present here. Let us work together with the regions to share good practice and invest. What was that referring to? Because that was under the Treasury report section. So if you could just clarify what that was for, and then inshallah, if there's any questions, I'll come back on that. The third question, I think, I can't remember what page number it is. I forgot to put that down. Page 48, sorry. It's the staff cost, which I think in the minutes, you've shown, or you said at that minute, the staff cost was 1.274 million. So the figure that you showed here, I believe, is only for the secretariat expense. So the way you've presented the staff cost is you've highlighted the secretary staff costs are separate, and then in the budgets, each board, the figure that is there's a component of staff. Okay, fine, that's fine. So within the budgets, there is an operational cost allowed in that, okay? So that's another question. So those are all relating to the minutes of yesterday. Moving on to the questions from your pack.
Will it be easier if we just respond to these three so we can complete it?
I'll take it as it is.
As far as Abid Hemani Fund is concerned, we have received one income so far. 25s we haven't received yet, but the Treasury team tells me it's put under the other section, the income. So that's it's back in the previous year, not 25, 24.
24. Okay. What is, can you just confirm the figure that we received from that 5 million?
210,000 pounds.
200,000 pounds. What's the percentage of that? Okay.
As far as the point about bringing in an expert this ExCo,
yeah,
you are right. We had planned to get somebody. In fact, Brother Shiraz Jiva had agreed to look at the entire asset base of the World Federation and come up with an optimization plan. He has been unable to complete that, so we are unable to, unfortunately, get him here for this ExCo. Okay. But we are in touch with him, and we are trying to chase him up so that we can get this work done as soon as possible, inshallah.
Okay, so it's basically for the assets that we
have. For the whole assets, to see how we can optimize our fund. Now that our foundation fund is growing, we've got the Abid Hemani one, so it's reaching $11 million mark, so how do we now optimize that?
Okay.
So we have asked him to look into how we can take that to the next level. We haven't yet got his report, but we have provided him with all the requirements after signing the NDA.
Excellent.
Okay, so you can continue.
Yeah. Okay. Just on that, that's an excellent work you're doing as far as this, getting an expert in and looking into it. The Abid Hemani, is that then going to go into the foundation fund?
So, World Federation creates pots of endowments for people who leave their legacy or inheritance, and they are ring-fenced.
Right.
So the Abid Hemani Endowment Fund will now be created within the WF Kitty, like we have the Mogadishu Fund.
Okay.
Where the Mogadishu assets are there and the proceeds go to what the fund and the Waqf says.
Yeah.
So Abid Bhai Hemani's ring-fence funds will be called the Abid Hemani Endowment Fund, within which will be protected, and the proceeds will go according to his wishes.
Wishes, okay.
Primarily education, followed by other aspects of the economy.
So it won't be the foundation fund as we see it.
It will be, yeah,
it'll be more.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Just to add to you, I think you may be referring to the increase in the foundation fund. I don't know if you recall, we decided a couple of ExCos ago that we would put general funds into the foundation fund in order to bolster our investment assets, or the availability of funds to invest.
Right.
So hence why the 500K increase in the 2025 year.
Okay. No, thanks for that, but that wasn't what I was asking. I just wanted to see what that answers then. So just going back to your slides, the first question is, you mentioned there's an investment policy. Is that anywhere in the pack?
No.
No. Is that something that you can share with us?
I'll need to dig it up, but I went through the key aspects of it. Anything specific that you want to say?
Well, no. There's nothing specific. It's just that if you look at clause 19.2.2, any policies needs to be approved by the Executive Council. So I just wanted to know whether that policy has been approved by the Executive Council. When was it approved? And obviously, if it was approved many years ago, then it needs to be updated. So we need to, as a part of the Executive Council, we need to see that policy so that we can then see whether it's fit for purpose, if you know what I mean.
I understand. I believe it was an update, but we're going through another update, so we'll bring that back to the ExCo.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Just going down to the donations and the slides, the figures that you've presented in your slides, do those include donor-driven? So basically, expenditure?
Could you define donor-driven, just to be specific?
So I give money to you and say, I want you to send X amount of money to Leeds. Sorry, I basically would give you funds to ask you to then send those funds to a particular project in Leeds. That's what I mean by donor-driven. Yeah. So in that slide that you presented, is that expenditure slide? Are there any donor-driven question?
I mean, our entire organization is donor-driven, so I don't know what are you trying to get at.
So I'm trying to, again, forgive me, because I may have not taken the full approach, but why do we approve budgets at the conference? You presented a budget at a conference, correct? Why did you present that? For approval, am I correct? So we approved a budget at conference. Do you have the expenditure budget that was approved at the conference? Because I want to see what was approved and what is the expenditure. The question that I'm getting at, I'll be very straightforward. If there is an overspend on a budget, then doesn't it have to come back to us and say, listen, we're going to be overspending on this. I hope there's no issues.
So the whole objective of giving you the accounts actual and budget is precisely that.
Yes.
It's the budget where the conference approved it, and we are giving you the actuals and tell you where the deviation is and why there is a deviation. That is exactly what Mohsin provided to you. Actual, budget, variance, and why. So probably your question still needs to be clarified.
Maybe I can shed some light. We budget the secretariat and departmental expenditure. We can't budget the overall expenditure because it's dependent on not just donors, but relief efforts and all sorts of things that we can't predict in the future. So that is, in that way, it is donor-driven because people give for a certain cause.
Okay, perfect. So basically, it's the only secretariat expense that we are getting approval for, because
Correct.
that's the one that you can control.
That's the only thing we can predict, really.
Perfect. Okay, thanks for that. If you look at the secretarial income, we're about £600,000, about 400,000 lower. Is there? Do we know why that is the case? There's quite a big difference.
I think the activities are generally just expanding in the WF, and we're not too concerned because in the last 3 years we've built up a significant surplus, And therefore, we've allowed ourselves to expand further into various activities. And we probably are catching up to some underspend in those earlier years.
Then the budgets that were presented are not then correct. But because if you're going back to it, but
no, we present a 3-year budget, and so as far as the 3 years are concerned, we're probably fine.
Okay, so
on
you
that.
come accumulating the third. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and I just want to add also the point, if you recall, Rasul Bhai, this discussion did come up also whether a 3-year forecast is appropriate or
And
not.
that's why we've changed it.
Exactly, and,
Yeah.
and now with the new incorporation, the idea is to be more frequently done.
Yeah.
Because 3-year projection is almost impossible.
Absolutely.
I mean, one disaster can be millions of the Gaza, Lebanon, all these things come up, you know?
Yeah.
So,
No, I think, no, I'm not sort of questioning the practice, but I think I accept your question that because over the 3 years, you can then take from the years. That's fine. Thanks, that's all I've got for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Rasul Bhai. We have Shahid Bhai Murji, followed by Dr. Jiva.
Assalamualaikum, Pramukh Sahib. Pehla to ya Hairfield nu tame kida apne karsu. So I had a couple of observations there. But Pramukh Sahib, I just wanted to understand tamara paseti regarding the ijaza of comes given to the projects. So I had 2 questions. Pehla એ હતું કે જ્યારે તમે ઇજાઝા આપો છો, for example, તમે આપ્યા એક જમાતને ઇજાઝા કે તમે કોઈ પ્રોજેક્ટ કરો કોમ્યુનિટીનો. So how does that work? કે જ્યારે એ લોકો ખુમ્સના પૈસા લીએ છે, do you account the full amount in your books? Or it is કે ખાલી સાદાત આવે છે ને બીજા એ લોકો વાપરે છે? તો that. ને બીજું મારું ક્લેરિફિકેશન મને જે જોતું હતું એ હતું કે for example, અત્યારે આપણે જોઈ છે કે ખુમ્સના ઇજાઝા, it's a shari perspective, I just need your guidance. આપણે ખુમ્સના ઇજાઝા આપે છે પ્રોજેક્ટ વાસ્તે. તમે આગા પાસે ગયા, બધું થઈ ગયું. ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આપણે કહીએ દાર ઇસ્લામનું ખુમ્સનું ઇજાઝા નીકળ્યું આફ્રિકા પાસેથી. હવે મને ખાલી એ જાણવું હતું કે આજે હું જે ખુમ્સ ભરું છું, do I have to choose કે હું ખુમ્સ આપું because of this project? કે I give khums as khums? I don't know if you're understanding my point. કે ડાયરેક્શન એટલે કાલે એવું ના થાય કે માણસો હવે ચૂઝ કરે કે મને આ ખુમ્સ આપવું છે તબલીગ વાસ્તે, આ ખુમ્સ આપવું છે આ સ્પેસિફિક. ખાલી મને થોડીક શરિયા વાઇઝ એ થોડુંક મને તમે ક્લેરિટી આપી શકો?
જી બિલકુલ. મને તો શેખ અલી દીના હશે તો in case I need his assistance. But anyway, I'll explain the way I understand as ijaza holder. Capital projects માટે આપણા પાસે પ્રોસેસ છે. Any region Jamaat who wants an ijaza besides Africa, because Africa no ijaza Africa pas છે. Any other region that needs a capital project where ijaza needs to be granted at the World Federation level has got to be brought to the Executive Council under a paper which is capital projects. Hamna બે ઇજાઝાઓ જે છે which was issued under that. One is the Orlando one and one is the New York one. That both those processes happened during the Executive Council and it was approved after discussion. Orlando no આપણે શરૂઆતમાં ના આપ્યા હતા and it went on for a long time and પછી eventually દેવાનું હતું. It all went through the Executive Council. Once the ijaza is issued, anybody who wants to give khums to that project, આપવું હોય, has to give the full amount. તો full amount આપે, આપણે receipt આપે આગાનું પછી 50% આગાને જાય, 50% એ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં જાય. It goes back to the region for onward transmission to the Jamaat. એ process છે. For any reason, અગર ખાલી ઇમામ કોઈ આપે, ની કે સાદાત હું પોતે કરું છું કે whatever which is challenging, we still have to remit 50% of that imam to Aga and use 50% of that point. But very seldom, very few cases એ થાય છે. Majority cases માં full amount આવે છે.
Pramukh Sahib, sorry, મને લાગે છે the first part I understood.
Okay, I'm coming to your next question. You asked 2 distinct questions. Yeah, coming to. તમારો સવાલ બહુ સારું છે. અને અગર તમે અમીનભાઈને મને પૂછો તો we want entire discretion કે અમને જ્યાં માણસો પાસે એક કહી શકો સ્પિરિચ્યુઅલ શોપિંગ લિસ્ટ છે, મદ્રેસા છે, આ છે, તે છે, જેને જ્યાં દો હોય. હવે obviously we as ijaza holders and as institution we have our priorities કે જ્યાં અમને નાખવું છે. હવે પબ્લિક છે, એકવાર તમે ઇજાઝા ઇસ્યુ કરો ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ મીનભાઈ બોલા મદ્રેસાનો ઇજાઝો છે બીજાનો તો તમે ઇજાઝા હોલ્ડર ઇખ્તિયાર આપો છો પ્રોજેક્ટને વિચ મીન્સ યુ આર ગિવિંગ ધ ચોઇસ ટુ ધ પીપલ કે તમને આ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં આપો તો આપો આમ હવે ટિપિકલી કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ શું છે સેન્ટિમેન્ટલ છે હું આ જમાતમાં હોઉં અને મને આ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં આપવું હોય તો આઈ ઓબ્વિયસલી ચેનલ ઇટ થ્રુ ધ ફેડરેશન under the ijaz of either Africa Federation or the World Federation. So that remains the principle. People have a choice. Globally, તમે જો જેટલા ઇજાઝાઓ છે એમાં ચોઇસ મુકલ્લિદીનને છે. મને આપવો હોય હૌઝામાં, બીજા એવા ડોનર છે ખાલી હૌઝામાં દેશ. બીજા છે કે ના અમને આમાં આપવું છે. બીજા કહેશે ના અમને આ પર્ટિક્યુલર એટલું સુધી માણસો આવીને કહે છે ના અમને આ WF8ના પ્રોજેક્ટમાં આપવું છે જ્યાં અમે નોર્મલી બી પુશબેક કારણ કે આપણે WF8માં બનતા સુધી કોશિશ કરે છે કે ખુમ્સ ના વાપરે ઓકેઝનલી વાપરવાની જરૂરિયાત હોય તો ઇખ્તિયાર છે. So it depends on the choice of the people. So long as you give the ijaza. Now, when it comes to centralization, when the ijaza holder wants to utilize his own objective, then he has a prerequisite to decide how he sets up, or whether he gives the ijaza or not, he puts a limit. For example, my capital projects છે એમાં લિમિટ્સ નાખે છે. બર્મિંગહામ જમાત છે એનો કેસ આટલું લિમિટ તમને ઇજાઝો છે, હેરફિલનું પણ આટલું લિમિટ છે. તો એ લિમિટ રાખે તો then we expect people to spend within that limit. So those are things that the ijaza holder has the discretion to decide based on the merits. Now, going back to Akil Bhai's point about, yes, the Constitution implies that the ijaza holder is an individual president, but the accountability we give as an institution means that we give accountability at this level where we give the full spread of the information that you require. I don't know whether that answers your question. Yeah?
It does answer. So, ખાલી વરી એ છે કે આજે જો મદ્રસાનું પ્રોજેક્ટ છે એ તબલીગી કામ છે બરાબર છે ઇટ ક્વોલિફાઈઝ 100% વિથ ધી ખુમ્સ ઇજાઝા હવે એમાં ખાલી બસ આપણે ઓફલાઈન વાત કરશું મારું જે કન્સર્ન
Dr. Jiva, please. Dr.
I have 2 points just for my information. First is that about Alim grant. In your accounts, where does it, in which category it specify about the Alim grant? And how much Alim grant do we give in a year? And the second question is about just following the capital project understanding. Can we use, or do we have to do a capital project paper for a renovation of a religious institution, or for the building or like a new area or extension of the particular mosque, or just build a new mosque?
So the first question regarding Alim grants, it's including in our Islamic education expenditure. So on the slide number, let's go to number 3, page 3 rather. Yeah, and the amount was roughly about 65,000 a year across regions. So I hope that answers that part of the question. I'll let President answer the second part of the question.
As far as the second part is concerned, I think you asked a very good question, Dr. Jiva. We have a capital project right now, a paper that facilitates ijaza for constructing a new premises or building or masajid or whatever, or mosque. There are certain ambiguities in that paper that need to be addressed, and that happened even in the previous term. The renovation aspects, the extensions, like for example, Leicester did an extension, but we went through the process of a capital project. Now, whether there are certain denominations around it, and this discussion did come up, that maybe time has come to update the capital project paper. That is why I said you're asking a very valid question, because now extensions થાય છે, repairs થાય છે, it goes beyond. Sometimes that expense becomes even bigger than the project itself. So I do agree with you, and that time probably has come that we need to review that paper, and we should make a note of that, inshallah, that we should definitely look into it and find somebody as a volunteer from the Executive Council or recommendation to start working on that so that the Secretariat can present it, inshallah. I don't want to commit for the next ExCo, but if it's something that can be done, it should be done as soon as feasible.
Akil Bhai.
Sorry, just a quick point of order. Do we have a, sorry, Safdar Bhai. Do we have a time cutoff for this section, or are we going to go?
How much? I mean, naturally, every one of the challenges of the chair is to manage the meeting proficiently. So it cannot be an endless event, but we need to put a time. We don't want to constrain everybody. We have tried our best to facilitate. So we have put some timelines around when we want to end, but we are going to completely stop you if it's how critical it is. We definitely want to come to airfield, so that we will cover. So I'm cognizant if we can make it succinct of us, please.
Yeah, just I'm asking because I believe we are not only way over agenda, but our agenda has shuffled quite a bit, and I'm losing track of what else is left and how much time. Some people are flying out today, so I just wanted to understand where we are time-wise. Hassan, just help us clarify.
Thank you, Abbas. Abbas Bhai, it's a timely time check. We are currently at 3:15. We anticipate perhaps 15 more minutes for these observations. At 3:30, we start the next item, which is the Secretariat reports. These will include, sorry?
Within the 15 minutes now.
This item, you can't keep time.
Akil Bhai, allow me to finish what I'm saying, then you can speak. Yeah? I'm giving an estimated timeline. I'm not asking anyone to not say anything. At this point, we are at 3:15. Sarat and Sudhi, hopefully, if we can get through. If there's something burning, we will not say that we leave it unanswered. 3:30, we go to Secretariat, which includes our various departments. We've cut down our departments. Not all 12 departments are presenting in person. We have external engagement, youth, and our honorable scholars, our shuyukh. Then that will take us to 5:15, and Khoja definition is our last item before AOB. Hope that helps. Of course, this is an estimated timeline.
If there are no questions on the financials, then we move to Harefield. There is. So let's finish that.
Akil Bhai, please continue.
Pramukh Sahib, our income for Combs is £2 million. I would like to know, this 2 million, is it spent in the Khoja community member or outside, or Bilal or anywhere else? Out of this 2 million, I would like to know how many regions have benefited for this 2 million. Our income for 2025 is 17 million. How many percent has been used in our community members, Khoja, and how many percent have been used outside? Another question. As per the page, last time when I wanted to raise the finance, you told me you will give me time to raise this matter in the finance department on the minutes. According to the minutes, our income is $1 million, £1 million, and our salary is 1.2 million. This was reported in the minutes. How do we function like this? Because even when I see the accounts, I have not seen 1.2 million. It is spread in a different accounts, different areas. I have a suggestion, but not now after your answer. I should be given time for this. Now, this is not me. I have calculated it is according to the minutes, which was said by Shabir Bhai. Correct me, am I right?
Yeah, but it's there. Look, Akil Bhai is so simple. Feel free to sit with the Treasury team and ask as many questions that you want at any time. Will make our life a lot easier. If there are strategic questions that impact the whole house, more than happy to address it, like Harefield. It's strategic. That will be a humble suggestion, because when you start entering the nitty-gritty, it will take a lot of time, and we are not close to it. There's nothing that is hidden from our institution. You can see the transparency with which this is live relayed. I know when I
Mr.
come...
Chairman, I want to come with a solution.
Of course.
I want to come with a
We have always been transparent, Shabir, unless the Executive Council says to go offline. I know when it comes to AF meetings, you give hard copies. We are transparent, we show it to the whole world, because we have nothing to hide. However, if the hairfill is a sensitive issue, so we will go offline. But on this matter, we are open. However, my humble suggestion, Akil Bhai, is that it appears you have so many questions that to me it will take a good few hours. My humble suggestion. It's a humble suggestion.
I want to come with a solution. I don't come with the issues. When I come with the issues, I would like to give solutions.
Please, Bismillah, make my life easier.
Yes.
Thank you.
So if we are spending 1.2 million for salary, why don't we move our office, WF office, to Karachi or Pakistan?
So, I think, you want to answer this?
Can I come?
I think, first of all, we need to understand the context of the question.
I mean, a solution, Kabir. Don't direct solution.
We are presenting accounts. I'm sorry. Our questions and observations should be restricted to the agenda item of the accounts. Expenditure aache nati enu pucho. Now, what Akil Bhai is saying, and I'm sorry, it is a policy matter. Okay, so what we need to, it's a good suggestion. So at some time, we got to come up with a policy कि आपरो खर्चा यहाँ बहुत ची आपने यहाँ जाऊँ. I think that should be a different thing. यहाँ जो इन्हें salary में कहीं ना वो, which was clarified last time, I don't think that needs to be debated now. Sorry.
That's okay, but we can give a very simple question just to calm this matter. We have more staff outside UK than in UK.
Okay.
In India, we have a significant staff. In Pakistan, we are now hiring even more people. And this salaries include the total. But again, we can discuss it.
Yeah, that's a policy.
Right.
So just
if there is no other urgent question, I would like to move to the Hairfield matter. There is. Sorry.
We have
not. Oh, maaf karjo. Sorry. I think, no, he has two more people.
Hang on, Shabir Bhai. I have Amin Bhai Nasir, Mohammad Zawad Devji, and then Shabir Bhai.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ જરાક કારણ કે તમે ઇજાઝા હોલ્ડર છો હું છું તો આ બધાય જોઈ છે વળી પરસેપ્શન જરાક ઓમાં લઈ આવું કે જ્યારે માણસો ખૂમ્સ આપે છે નોર્મલી આમ ત્યારે એ આપણને ઇખ્તિયાર હોય છે કે આપણે મદ્રેસામાં વાપરે યા ઓલમાની હદિયામાં વાપરે જ્યાં જરૂરત હોય બરાબર ને હવે જ્યારે પ્રોજેક્ટ આવે છે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ દારેસલામ જમાતના મદ્રેસામાં પ્રોજેક્ટમાં આપણે ઇજાઝત દીધા ને પ્રમુખ સાહેબ જ્યારે એલાન કર્યા એની જમાતમાં તો એ પ્રોજેક્ટ માટે સ્પેસિફાઈ આવે તો આપણે એમાં અલોકેટ કરે છે પણ આમ પબ્લિક સાંભળે છે આમ કોઈ આપણને ખૂમ્સ આપે એ નોર્મલી સ્પેસિફાઈ ન હોય બરાબર છે ને કારણ કે એ જ્યાં જ્યાં એની જરૂરત હોય અહીંયા હોય છે મને એ જ
બિલકુલ 100%. Khums comes just like this. The ikhtiyar, the onus is on the ijazah holder through the institution to remit wherever they feel appropriate. Like for us, a lot of our Khums collection comes, we spend it in Tabligh. But if it's specified, then you have got to spend in that area because you're already given the ijazah. Yes, you're right.
Mohammad Zawad Devji, and then Shabir Bhai.
મારું કાંઈ નહોતું શાહિદભાઈ મને કીધા કે આઈ શુડ ક્લેરિફાઈ કે આ જે પ્રમુખ બોલી ગયા છે એ જ વાત છે બીજા જે પૈસા આવે દેન ઇટ ગોઝ ટુ આગા કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં જે છે આવે છે સ્પેસિફિક હવે કહે છે કેમ માણસો આ રીતના પૈસા દે ચૂઝ અને પછી કન્ડિશન્સ રાખે હું તો હવે આ ચાલ્યા રાખ્યું છે એટલે વી કેન ડુ એનીથિંગ વી કાન ડુ એનીથિંગ દેટ વોઝ ઇટ ઇટ્સ
Final word, Shabir Bhai.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, one is directly related to this account, so I can take advantage of this and qualify. That's on the 5 million investment, so that's there. The other thing which is not here, and I'll seek your permission because I need to give clarity to Africa, and it's a very simple one, Joe. It's to do with that Somalia fund that you mentioned. It's not in this account, so if it's your permission, can I just touch? Okay, Somali funds, last time Vice President સાથે વાત થઈ હતી. People keep asking me કે Africa Federation નું છે. ખાલી 2 મિનિટમાં પ્રકાશ પાડી દો કે કેમ આ World Federation માં આવે છે. Because under Africa Federation Constitution, a Jamaat, when it ceases to be less than 25, the assets reverts to Africa Federation. Shahid bhai, samlo તમે. Reverts to Africa Federation. Same thing happened in Somalia. The Jamaat ceased to operate it. It didn't go less than 25. It went to 0 because it was evacuated. So what happened at that time, and only in this case, Nakuru, Uganda, all the monies went to trust in Africa. In this case, the trustees there in Andaman, like Ahmad Bhai Hassam was...
Ahmad Bhai, we need your attention here. He's talking about the Mogadishu fund which happened in your term.
Ahmad Bhai Hassam ત્યાં હતા. તો આ ટ્રસ્ટીઝમાં આમાં આપણા દાતુ છે. So what happened કે જે 4 કે 5 trustees Africa had to give because we could have forcefully under constitution say we are taking this asset. They could fight illegally. So very nicely it was done in Ahmad Bhai's time કે એ લોકોના 4 trustee રહીએ. The World Federation President of the time રહીએ trustee અને એ લોકોના સાઈડમાંથી from Africa it was Ashik Rashid. That's why I brought it, and he trusted મારા પાસે મારી personal ફાઇલમાં છે. આશિષભાઈ ગુજરી ગયા. Last time ઉપપ્રમુખને he did bring the treasurer to me. That trustee has to be changed now. However, so that is the Somali funds which we amicably happen and World Federation રહે છે. એનામાંથી ઇન્કમ આવે છે ને I think એ month આપણે ઓલી ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ પ્રોપર્ટી જે લીધી હતી એમાં ઇન્વેસ્ટ કર્યા and the returns are going as per the trustees' desire. So it's all fine. And that's why Africa Federation doesn't have. પણ હું પાછો કહું છું, it is time તમે આ ટ્રસ્ટીને replace કરો. And what I think in lineage is the trust board. You now are the trustee, and with the Somali trustees, I think in the line of original desire, only Sajjad Rashid would qualify because they wanted a Rashid from. However, the trustees can decide anybody from Africa. Gujri ગયા છે એ ચેન્જ કરો. મેં લાસ્ટ ટાઈમ હું પ્રમોટ કર્યું. સો દેટ ઓફલાઈન યુ કેન. અહમદભાઈ, isn't that the decision why World Federation was there or not? તમે કન્ફર્મ કરો કારણ કે ચેર પૂછી અહીં મારા પાસે ટ્રસ્ટ ડીડ છે અહીંયા ફોનમાં એ છે.
Excuse me, I want to talk on this on this subject.
Bhaiya, we have spent a lot of time. We still have...
important.
Do you want Ahmad Hassam to respond to you?
બરાબર હે કે નહીં વેરીફાઈ નહીં તો આ મૂડ કે મિનિટ્સ કાઢી દે.
Bismillah, Ahmad bhai.
We negotiated it.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Shabir bhai, you are right about that. The only difference is that that was not an official trust. It was a trust formed within the World Federation. I just want to make the distinction.
Yes.
It was a trust formed within the World Federation. It was not a trust formed.
But it is signed by all four and
it was signed by everyone, and you're right.
You have it.
So if one of the trustees has passed away, then as per that trust, the current trustees will have to appoint, appoint
Mr.
one.
Chairman.
And that can be easily done with a conjunction with the people from Mogadishu, because it was their desire to have this fund ring-fenced. So it was another way of ring-fencing the fund, but we call it a trust.
So, Mr. Chairman,
so let me give you an update, Shabir bhai, to make your life easier. We meet annually as trustees. It is our fiduciary duty. We meet annually. The trustees of the Mogadishu Fund have already changed a few trustees and appointed new ones, younger ones, because the elder ones, at least a couple of them have also passed away recently. So they have already appointed new ones, so we have new ones now. And from the World Federation, I believe it's just the president and the treasurer, the 2 trustees, and the rest 4 trustees are from the Mogadishu community.
See, I'm cognizant of time, Mr. Chairman. Vice President interrupted. See, this was not reported last. It's not. You don't have to report. Last one, following Habib Bhai, money trust didn't copy moklai. So it was very simple. Ke bas, I think you should trust. Last month you didn't report. Have you done this after the last ExCo? So
the changes of the trust have happened over the last 12 months. Pela discussion to કોણ છે નથી પછી document બન્યું થોડું time લાગ્યું છે.
અમને જાકે inform
But now
કરી
it's
દ્યો ને.
finalized.
Yeah. So it's now done.
We will provide you the information.
Okay. પછી એક
We have Abbas by waiting. એ પહેલા પૂછ્યા હતા હાથ આપો.
On this point.
On this point, okay, Bismillah. આ તારીખનો સવાલ છે. I think અમે ટ્યુઝડેના મળે છે. We can discuss. This happened during the time of Dr. Ahmad Hassam. આ તો જ્યારે બહુ 20 વર્ષ થઈ ગયા છે. હા, શબીરભાઈ જવાબ દઈ દે છે. તમે ડિસ્કસ કરજો પછીથી.
ચેરમેન સાહેબ, મોગદીશોમાં એક બીજો મોટો પ્રોબ્લેમ છે. આપણી જમીન છે જે કબ્રસ્તાન તરીકે યુઝ થયું છે એ જાય છે. એના માટે તમે શું કે મેં ઇન્ફોર્મ કર્યું હતું સજાદભાઈને ને મેં ઇન્ફોર્મ કર્યું હતું એક મોગદીશોવાળાને મુરાજને કે ભાઈ મને ખબર હતી કે આ ટ્રસ્ટ છે બધા. I would be honest with you. This property is going. If we please, let's use it. It's a very valuable property. At this present time, somebody told me,
I raised this in my address
about
last night.
$3 to $4 million એની આજે કિંમત છે.
બરાબર છે તમારી વાત મોહમ્મદભાઈ જાફર. હું આ મારા સ્પીચમાં બોલ્યો હતો keynote એડ્રેસમાં. તમે શાયદ એટેન્શન આપ્યા હશો પણ maybe it skipped or I was not clear કે આ ક્રાઇસિસ છેલ્લા 2 મહિનાથી ચાલી રહ્યું છે. World Federation has been heavily involved. We have sent a letter to the British ambassador. Mohammad Bhai Rajpal Hatta, I referred to him and thanked him because he has been very helpful with Pakistan Federation. The Interior Ministry in Pakistan formally summoned the ambassador of Somalia in Islamabad. તો આગળનું કામ થયું છે over the last 2 months અને અમને ઉમ્મીદ છે કે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આપણે કોશિશ કરે છે બચાવવા માટે. But if there are more ideas, we are more than open.
Chairman Saab, I'll be honest with you. તમે આ સોમાલીસ છે. તમે ગમે તેને બોલાવો કાંઈ નથી થવાનું. I would like to make one of your representatives be there, get introduced to the president and get this matter sorted out.
Can we
તો આ નહીં થાય. Otherwise, I'll be telling you, you can summon anybody from Mogadishu. They will never respond to it.
I suggest when we meet on Tuesday, we should bring this up. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. Abbas Bhai, if it's related to financial, you are the absolutely last person now. We need to move to her if we really don't have time. Monday, my apologies. Sorry, Monday, apologies. Abbas Bhai, please, last quick one.
I'm trying to help you move on.
Thank you.
Inshallah, to get us out of this. I just want to thank the accounting team at the World Federation. We have had a very good relationship with you. We've been very transparent and we regularly exchange communication. And so we are very appreciative of your openness, your transparency, and your willingness to work with us. The only other thing I wanted to add, Safdar Bhai, is that capital projects, Ijaza, you mentioned one condition that is attached to them, which is the limit of the funds, but we also attach 2 other limits. One is 2 other conditions. One is the project has to be reviewed on a regular basis, and that is why I flew to Orlando and I flew to New York to witness their progress. And the third one is that they have to come back for renewal. It's not open-ended.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Abbas Bhai, for a good reminder of the accountability of COMS, making sure it's updated on a regular periodic basis with full accounts and transparency. Mominin, respected councillors.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. You have not replied my answer. Sorry, questions. About 2 million. Distribution from the regions.
So the breakdown, the Treasury team is looking into it.
Okay.
They will be more than happy to share with you later on, please.
Before end of this meeting.
If Lakha can work on it, and we will do our best to see what we can do. We have referred to the Treasury team to look. It's all there in spreadsheets, a question of drilling down. With that, I think we come to the close of the financials. As you can see, that we give enough time to ensure that transparency, accountability, governance is there. Anybody who needs more details, more than happy to come and see. I really want to take this opportunity to thank the Treasury team. They are doing excellent work. Sajad Bhai flew in just for today because, you know, this is the prime time for financials to close. He just flew in this morning just to present the accounts, and he's going back this evening. I really want to thank Mohsin Bhai, normally assistant treasurers always are, so take it easy. Obviously, they work hard, but he's been extremely hands-on on almost every project in the world, brings checks and balances into our meetings, and they are the most difficult people we deal with in the meetings, but they do their job. But last but not least, our compliance team. And I can tell you, they are tough. We have got feedback from here. I can see Ali Bhai Shroff smiling. Farah Bhai and Zainab Bhai. They put all the bricks. Document che nathi. Document no to paisa na moklavi shako. Sometimes we get money to be sent, even through Africa Federation, to projects here. It takes time. Donors get upset. We say, sorry, we have to go through a compliance process. If it takes weeks and months, it is. I get a lot of pressure from donors. Paisa nathi poincha, paisa. We are compelled. But what I'm trying to demonstrate is the governance is solid, it's strengthening, and the audit report right now you saw was presented. I don't know whether you get attention to that. There was no issue. There were issues that are recommendations to strengthen, which is always the reason. But internal audit, external audit, everything has been implemented, and these are best practices of the World Federation, and we are hoping, and I'm sure some regions are doing it, and if you are not doing it, please do it, so that we are all aligned in this path. So let us recite a large salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad for the treasury team. Allahumma salli ala. I'm coming to Herfield, brother.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to offline.
Mr. Chairman, we have not finished the
Listen,
subject.
we cannot have an endless meeting, with all respect.
It's not endless meeting. It's important question that I need, because
Akil Bhai,
I have not come
giving
to
you
the I have not come to the important question which I want to raise in this.
on the treasury
August.
report.
Yes, that's why I'm asking.
Is it possible that you can sit with our treasury, because your questions are very exhaustive. We have given you more time than anybody else, and we're happy to give you more time. We are not hiding anything, I can assure you. 100%. I am giving you an assurance, Akil Bhai, that if your questions sit with our team, they are here as much as feasible. If you want to arrange an online call and have a discussion, please do it, because we are just...
Mr. Chairman, we are exchanging the views here.
There are people who have
that
flights.
How can we move forward? We cannot move forward the way we are moving.
Is there any question that you have that brings any integrity under question? Then ask. Then my humble suggestion is that we are happy to answer primary, secondary questions. This is your opportunity. But we already spent an hour and 15 minutes, Akil Bhai.
Since he's being referred,
I'm giving him chance to talk about Herfield very shortly.
Referred and a veteran question, percentage, WFH.
That's what I'm saying.
So let him sit with the treasurer and get satisfied. If he's not, and I'm sure he will be satisfied, because that's...
I'm sure.
If not, he can bring it back here. So let him check, but you be satisfied. Is that okay for us to move now?
As you wish, because we could spend 4 hours on election document, and here you want to give, the main thing is you are giving 1 hour, 15 minutes.
Brother Akil, we have always run our meetings in this way, always. Now, we can end up sitting 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. The challenge is that people come from far and wide, their flights, we have to bring discipline. And I've already got so many complaints from so many councillors, you are extending and extending and extending. So on one hand, I'm having that, on the other hand, I'm having... So we... That's why I think if people have to stay after Maghrib, we will do it. Let's go into Herfield. Thank you, Jazakallah. Let us recite Salawat Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
AV team will go offline for this item, please.